Anyway, so that being said, I do want to move on to the game because I am super excited. So, in the last episode, yesterday, we had the most hype moment of the game ever. We finally accused male Stronghart. This bitch is going down. And Sholmes comes in with the save. Slam it down. He kicks down the courtroom doors. He's like, he kicks it down and he's like, oh, bitch, how about the will of the people? Have you heard about the will of the people? They want you to testify. Oh, so hype. Sholmes is the best. So Sholmes got the will of the people to testify for male Stronghart. But first, we gotta take the first stepping stone. Mikatoba is on the stand right now to testify about the fraudulent autopsy report from 10 years ago. Are you guys ready? Oh, I'm so excited. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. We are gonna get this bitch to testify. We're going to take him down and we're gonna clear Cosmo's name. We're gonna clear his father's name. We're gonna help Barrick von Zeeks so that he is no longer the Reaper of the Bailey. We're gonna help Sholmes and Mikatoba and Susato and Iris. We're gonna find out who her daddy is. And we're gonna be one big happy family and all the bad guys are going down. That's what's gonna happen today. That is what's gonna happen. And I am so excited about it. Okay. Sorry, I got really into that. So we begin with the testify, with Mikatoba testifying. I'm so excited. Oh, I just hit my elbow. I'm so excited. Also, am I too bright? Okay, just adjusting lighting.
Crystal the Ace Detective, let's go.
Thank you, Siri Strange Dispenser, for the 3-month resub. I really appreciate it. All right, and we also got to do this for Gregson. How could I forget? Got to do this for Gregson, and we got to do this for Wilson. All the people that we have lost along the way. Oh, I'm so excited. All right. So, we begin. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Eugene Mikatoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. I don't know why Maria is staring him down. I don't quite get it, but... Circular Onyx, thank you so much for the 2 months. I really appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the emotes. And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is... this is Dr. Maria Gorey. Scotland Yard's practicing coroner, the daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand? Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I can't tell you why she's here. She just appeared. She's just here. You summon this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy? But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I've had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man, the idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sid that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Wait, so Stronghart never knew that Mikatoba and Sholmes were partners. Oh, his ultimate downfall. Get cut, bitch. They were partners. They were roommates. You can't take down this pair. It's been a long while, Lord Stronghart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. That's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother, Lord Klint Van Zeeks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama is far more skilled than any Japanese man. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe? Yes. I noted all of the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama, as a secondary assistant, she wouldn't have had such a good view of all the innards. Oh my god. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zeek's autopsy would never have happened. But he was absolutely convinced that it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin. So Lord Stronghart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. Do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. Oh! It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely, that's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then, you will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh? You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. Not nerve-wracking at all, by the way. The autopsy of Klint Van Zeeks. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted by a wound made by a Western-style sword, transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful, but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. Oh! No indication, nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Mikatoba, are you certain about that? Nothing that I could possibly identify as such, much less swear to in testimony. Oh, look at that evil laugh. Oh my god, this is such an evil laugh. No! No. The only fabrication here, Asagi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. He freely acknowledged it. I swear that he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Klint Van Zeeks' death. And with this testimony, we have without question uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us, I feel. I beg your pardon? Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All 4 of the professor's previous victims died with an enormous beast. Died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Such horrifying crimes. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Klint Van Zieks, suffered a different fate. Yeah, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough! I believe I warned you about this, witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law, as I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well, you may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I will not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Oh boy. The stakes are so high that I'm so nervous about literally everything happening in this game right now. One little misstep and the whole country goes to fucking war, basically, with these accusations being put out. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated.
Hold it!
You couldn't say? No, sadly not. But then you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. But at times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's orders to adjust the lighting or pass him implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. Quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Mikatoba, think, was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange.
Hold it!
In all of the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled? Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Do you mean to say you think Lord Klint Van Zieks may not have in fact been one of the professor's victims? There is no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at this time. Genshin Asagi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all.
Hold it!
But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it would be different if your mother, Dr. Sith, were in the stand, but... I've read all the paperwork about the case and Mom has told me this story countless times. The statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. Mama told me about it. Oh? She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory, what was it? It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach.
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. This was my guess. It's a ring. It's a ring. Well, I kind of figured that from the recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document in the corresponding ink was found. Now that's Clint's body itself. But inside, beautiful but dangerous. What if it is a ring by these said Baskervilles? The aristocracy. What if Male Stronghart's real name is Male Baskerville? It was sparkling around with a hole. It was a ring belonging to Genshin Asagi. Oh! My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on the digitus cordis of his left hand, the fourth or ring finger. I'd understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old. But I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not, it was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. It was a ring pop, probably. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is, a bit dusty from years in the stores. Good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. That was found inside the victim's stomach. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikatoba. Should we read something into that? Well, it's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. Dr. Gory. The removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? I don't think she fucking cares. Maria's like, oh, this bitch is going down. I'm just gonna go down with him. You know what? Rocket girl. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewel. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed. I'm expecting to see a B somewhere on it for Baskerville, which would mean it's not his ring. I mean, no. Even Kazuma knows about the ring, though. So that wouldn't make sense. It looks like a dial. These fat claws are doing a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yeah, if you were clumsy, you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I should think. Ow, my finger's bleeding. The claws really are sharp. Oh my, that was very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto, even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage. Surely. A sticky mochi bun of about that size would go down much better with some red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. Is there really nothing else to go by with this ring? Just that if you swallow it, it could cause internal bleeding? That's it. You cannot tell me that is fucking it. Bruh. Really? Really? This ring is supposed to be crazy important. Does this go with something else? I am dumbfounded. This ring. I'm not seeing anything. You can't. What? This, the most important piece of evidence in this entire game. Okay, maybe not, but like kind of. They kept this a secret for 10 years. This. Okay. Oh, it was updated. Okay, it does say the claws clasping the gem look sharp enough to cause a very nasty scratch. Okay, so it is noted. Okay, that's all I wanted to make sure was noted.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Isagi's arrest? Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie! My father was no killer! Barrick von Zeeks, it was you! You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Oh my god, Kazuma, shut the fuck up! Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Klint had closed in on the professor. In the end, he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage. In the way only a man of my brother's caliber could. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago something happened that's been weighing on his mind. I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt. If we can establish that Cosmosma's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. Don't worry, Mr. Naruto, I'll be right beside you, whatever may happen. Okay, process of elimination. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there were any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. I think this is the point that we're supposed to go on. Death resulted from a wound made by Western style. Okay, that I found a little strange. No other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. But if he had this sharp-ass ring in his stomach, how would there be no other signs of internal injury? That could prove that this is fabricated. Recovered from the victim's stomach during autopsy. Yeah, the ring, which causes internal bleeding. Well, it would cause internal bleeding, for sure. Gonna say, I finally have gotten into this habit. It took me the whole game. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there were any indication of the autopsy results having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. Can I press this again for additional information? Okay, no. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of posthumously identifying his assailant. But if that were the case, he would be bleeding. Okay. I don't know where to present the ring. Why do I feel like it could be multiple? I just have to figure out which one they want. If it's even the ring, although I'm pretty damn sure the ring is what's being presented here. Genshin Asagi, all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London be delivered to my son. Could it be the ring? If it was his, why wasn't the ring given to Kazuma Asagi? Wait, should I be going in that line of thinking? Any and all material possessions and wealth belonging to me in London. be delivered to my son. If the ring was his, it should have been brought back. Is that the weapon? Mr. Asagi described it as the only weapon that I have left. I mean, this whole time we were assuming that it was Karma. But what if it's not? Who said the weapon is actually like an actual weapon? What if it's, what, a metaphorical weapon, like a ring? The evidence? Okay, that's a thought I'll keep in mind. Sorry. Lines of thinking. Okay. Well, there's not much that we can do. From my own observations, I couldn't say that there was any indication of the autopsy result having been fabricated. But you couldn't say. Dr. Wilson sus. He claimed that the ring came from the stomach. But you didn't actually see it happen. If I present the ring here, I just feel like that wouldn't make sense. But I guess I really have nothing to lose. Hold on, let me turn on my AC. I'm gonna present the ring, because maybe that'll actually push him to be like, but you didn't actually see the ring come out of the stomach yourself. This might be stupid, but...
Objection!
Yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing it through the heart. That I found a little strange. And he said that he only found that strange because it's unlike the other victims. Right. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. But this ring!
Objection!
Oh, that worked! Oh! I was not expecting that to work. Okay. The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Mikatoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring in fact really came from the victim's stomach or not. What are you suggesting, counsel? That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying, that Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asagi? And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach. They're gonna ask me to provide evidence for this, huh?
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim? Ah, fuck. This evidence right here. Oh, okay, I don't have to pick it. That's great. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, counsel. Other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. And in addition to the size, there are the sharp claws around the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely what I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson in the lab that day. Look at this! Now this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Mikatoba? Well, if he swallowed a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see damage to the throat and esophagus. Torn mucous membranes at the very least. Dr. Mikatoba, may I remind you that I have vastly more experience than you. I'm terribly sorry. Wow, pulling the boomer card. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. Now let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There is no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so, and Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch our corpses up, with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Damn! Is Maria like fucking best girl in this game? Cause damn, she do be. Consistently, she's like, fuck the boomers. I love my mom, but damn, maybe she's not doing so great. Like, how old is she? 19! She's 19! At 19, I'll be honest, I still barely had a brain for myself. Like, goddamn, girl. Major props. That's a strong-ass 19-year-old being able to be like, this history is just repeating itself. I'm not gonna do what my mom did. Because then I'll be stuck in the same situation as her 10 years from now. Like, damn, that is some insight. That is amazing. She is amazing. Fucking best girl right there. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. She learns from other people's mistakes. Her superiors. And that takes a lot to stand up to your superiors. Yes, the ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something, an earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before, about the memory I have of Genshin Asagi saving my life. What? My father saved your life? It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of the sudden... Don't make a peep, you're coming with us! All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. The next thing I knew, there was a silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring. Are you saying? I've always believed those thugs were after me. And now I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target, after all. Wait, but... Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indicate him was miraculously found. You mean the ring was stolen? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
You pathetic coward. Wow! You expect me to believe that you weren't involved? We've been saying that throughout this entire beginning of the trial, but okay. What do you mean by that? It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring. Oh my fucking god. You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer. Kazuma. Open your eyes. Ryunosuke? You must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Yeah, that's right. Talk to your boyfriend like that. Put him down, buddy. Put him down. Make him see the light. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present at this trial to see you like this? Oh god, evil laughter. Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. Seems you have thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy results. So much so that you are apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it. It was extremely hard to believe. Let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asagi not have disputed the findings in his trial? In the closed court hearing 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate. That is very strange. If Mr. Asagi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean that there was no fabricated evidence. An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asagi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asagi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There was no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago. I don't understand this logic. If you're sworn to silence, then yes, you would accept. Or he was like truly a man. He said he took one singular person's life. Singular, not 5. So he probably just felt bad for the one and just decided to take for all of them. And also, if there's blackmail involved, what do? The autopsy was above all board, then there'd be nothing to stop Lord Stronghart bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection.
Wait, wasn't that a Sholmes objection? Or was that Kazuma? Kazuma, okay. I thought for a second that was a Sholmes objection, but that wouldn't have made any sense. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. What's this latest absurdity, Counsel? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound, but for one giant hole. I beg your pardon. Do we have our boyfriend back? You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's another possible explanation. You've overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection.
Silence that would lead him to being convicted and sent to his death? If the autopsy result were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested. Oh, this is the first time we've gotten this angle of a point, and it is hot. Hello. Damn. Sorry. That's a pretty fucking attractive, that's an attractive point right at you. Just saying. Okay. If the autopsy results were an invention, there's no conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection.
Oh, those results were an invention, all right. There's no question of that. Or are you forgetting that 2 people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. Oh? I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me. Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in his trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing, even though he was innocent. Could it have been some part of the some negotiation, perhaps? Enough rhetoric. The court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asagi's silence in court? This is a pretty intense boyfriend fight. Does the will explain? Oh, I didn't mean to. That was actually an accident. I meant to look at it. I didn't mean to present it. Oh no! I didn't mean to. I just wanted to look at the will. I pressed the fucking wrong button. If Kazuma-sama's father knew that the evidence was being used to convict him was fabricated, okay, are they saying anything important? Being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing in his trial? If it were me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. So if we're right about the autopsy results, then there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Enough rhetoric. Okay. All right, without pressing the present button. I wanted to look at the papers. Okay. Just the way this is written is so sad. Oh my god. This was after the fact, so it couldn't have been before the fact. Okay. Sorry. There's your serotonin. You needed more serotonin? I got you. Serotonin shot. Actually, my idea was the will and testament, but so that's a fair point off there. So what could explain his silence in court? This is all old evidence for the old case. I wish we could like get rid of it. Does it have something to do with Klint, I wonder? I just really love that picture, sorry. There's very few things that we have that are like directly from 10 years ago, though. It is, dude. It's a good picture. Aw. Thank you, guys. Thank you, mods. My only other thought is the sword. But that doesn't make any sense. Or the ring? That would be related to the will, though, so not the sword. Oh, this is where we present my armband. Yep. I'm just trying to see the logic behind this. Would that give him a motive? It was his, taken from him. How would that swear him into secrecy, into accepting? But you don't, okay. You know what? Here's my armband. This is why.
Take that!
Sorry, I at least have to give that one, right? This telegram can't be it because this was all after the events. Like, this is basically a contract, but this was all done after said fact. How did that not work? The armband, how could it not have worked? That's crazy. I trusted in that armband. It's gotten me this far, man. That would have been hysterical, but no. I knew it wasn't gonna be the armband. I'll present the picture. Just because it's really cute. Okay, no. We have very few options here. Is it the duel that I mentioned before? Is it actually? Ah, fuck it. I got nothing to lose, really. I'm not exactly sure where they're going with this regardless, so I'll just use my process of elimination and just go one by one. The autopsy report was after. Wait, let me just get the timing right. So... yeah, wait.
Take that!
No? Okay, no. Unicorn! The great sword Karama!
Take that!
What can explain his silence? I'm not picking up what they're putting down. I really am not. I have like theories. I have a bunch of theories on why he would not why he would just stay innocent or plead guilty on all accounts. But how do I prove any of it? I'm genuinely I don't know. If I look at something, maybe I'll have a light bulb moment. It clearly is because of this amazingly baby cute picture. This is it. It's to protect these 3 golden men.
Take that!
That's what it is. Little does Stronghart know that was the answer. Fuck you. We have to say something that predates the time or a person involved. I can't believe we almost have like four full pages of this. Oh. You guys are cute, chat. Am I missing something? Well, obviously I'm missing something, but I mean like as far as examining evidence, I'm wondering. I genuinely thought it was gonna be the will. Oh, we should call Sholmes.
Take that!
Hey boyfriend, I need some help. Can you get over here, stat? Just a little tug on the ears. Hey, I need some more shit. Do you got some more shit? Could you give me any more shit? I'm stumped. It's like a boyfriend hotline. I love it. Hold on, I'm like, going through the case. Sorry. Oh! Oh, that's so stupid. Oh my god. I'm stupid. That is a complete... That is evidence that I completely forgot existed. I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot that that existed. I should have looked at it. I kept scrolling over it thinking it was not relevant. Let me reread this in full to understand the whole picture. So, aiding and abetting the escape of the prison convict Genshin Asagi just prior to his execution. Details of this escape are still being investigated. Full cooperation with inquiries will be expected. Indications are that the jailbreak plot was conceived prior to the conviction's incarceration. It's believed that the convict engaged in some sort of negotiation with prison staff in order to secure assistance. Full disclosure of information regarding these negotiations will be demanded. It was to protect them. Oh my god.
Take that!
It's true that Genshin Asagi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. If only I just remembered that piece of evidence. That makes so much sense, but I just like... Stupid. I'm stupid. Genshin Asagi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction, but that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary... Oh god, I skipped. On the contrary, it led to his escape, an escape that was only possible because he'd been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly, such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here in the dismissal notice of the chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asagi and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given the assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asagi can be explained in no other way. First fabricated evidence, and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Whoop, sorry. Governor Caden? And the poor chief warder of the prison? I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce. To summon the governor of the prison after all these years. Oh, it wouldn't be any trouble, my lord. What? My dear friend may appear a little rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Caden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that. Are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken. I love how much we trust in Sholmes. I love how much Mikatoba trusts Sholmes. Sholmes was like, he came in earlier. He's like, oh, with these new developments, I now have things to do. He ran to that prison. He fucking booked it. You bet he got a fucking carriage. He booked it to that prison. He got this set up. He knows where it's all going. He knows. He was on his way. And Mikatoba trusts that Sholmes already has them here, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well, bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more than this business to rest once and for all. Of course you would. Thank you, Sholmes. Now what is Sholmes gonna do? I'm sure he's on his way doing the next thing. What is Sholmes gonna do next? He gets the witnesses. After this, there's really nobody else that you can get in this courtroom besides maybe Dr. Sith. Can he even do that? I don't think he can get Dr. Sith. Because where this is going, if we are accusing Lord Stronghart, and I'm accusing him of having shot the professor directly out of the coffin, like I genuinely think it was Stronghart himself, then the only person that would know would be Dr. Sith. So maybe Sholmes' next move is to get her back in this courtroom to testify for the shot that was actually fired on the professor. Maybe. That's what I think. We need somebody to testify on that night that wasn't Enoch Drebber, because Enoch he says that he didn't see the shot. Either way, Sholmes is definitely on his way to get more. Maybe Drebber and Sith are coming back to explain the shooting. That's where I think Sholmes is gonna make his next move. Let's see. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Barricaded, Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I sell jauntily little tidbits of, your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. My name is Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at the Barclay Prison. The reason that you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Gosh, the professor! We've already been through this before, a decade ago! And the conclusion was that there was nothing untoward happened. A convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Hardly what you'd call nothing untoward. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Caden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. good? Okay, we're good. Where's my pocket watch? Sorry, I've been liking having something to fiddle with. I hope it's not too annoying. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asagi out of your prison, then of course, the consequence will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gats, hold on there, laddie. All I did was witness Governor Caden. Aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. And Prosecutor Asagi, if you threaten the witness again, you'll be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know about the plot to break Asagi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was that day the Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asagi right up until the end of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plot. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that this was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't connect. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there wasn't a thing about the professor case that wasn't unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions, I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I couldn't tell you. Can he just, does he just not know, or did Stronghart arrange this? Why? Okay, if Stronghart himself arranged the jailbreak, how would that make sense? Maybe it was Judge Jigoku? Oh! Okay, I had a thought. Yo, Lil Chubbs, thank you so much for the 4-month resub. I appreciate it. So, okay, let me think about this. Let's go down this line of thinking, see if it makes sense. What if Judge Jigoku... Why would they listen to him, though? I guess that's a good question. I don't understand why they would listen to Judge Jigoku. They would listen to Stronghart. Okay, anyway, that little snippet aside, let's just say for sakes that Judge Jigoku is the one that assigned and did the plot jailbreak to save his friend, Genshin Asagi, because it was the three of them that were friends. Genshin Asagi, Mikatoba, and Jigoku. They came here together, they were all friends. They were all buddy-buddy, right? But Judge Jigoku assigns the plot jailbreak to save his friend, which would make him mad. He gets in court, he gets mad that his friend isn't proved innocent. Stronghart knows about it and ends up going to the coffin himself to shoot the professor to make sure that he dies, because he's really angry that Jigoku did this. So, what does that do down the line? He's able to blackmail Judge Jigoku into doing this assassination exchange, because if that would give Judge Jigoku, let's say, a motive to do this assassin exchange. He didn't want to do it, but maybe he was forced by Stronghart because he had blackmail on Judge Jigoku for the arrangement of breaking out for the jailbreak plot of Genshin Asagi out of Barclay prison. Blackmail. Could it be? Just a thought, just a thought. So that's just that line of thinking when it comes to why the assassination exchange happened, because it's very contractual and very strange as to, like, I feel like we still don't know the reason as to why Judge Jigoku took it in the first place. You can just say no. Like, what made him motivated to say yes to this in the first place? And the only thing I can think of is blackmail. I don't know. It was a contract, but what was the stipulation? If the contract of assassination exchange did not take place, what would happen? A war? What was the threat? I'm wondering if this is the threat, or if this is related. So that's my thought. There you go. I'm not 100% sure on that, but it's just a thought. Maybe Judge Jigoku did assigned this, or Mikatoba? That wouldn't make sense. Stronghart would have been on that. Anyway, okay, I'm back. Okay, didn't ask any questions. I did what I was told. More to that, I couldn't tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asagi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asagi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. Why don't I buy that? I don't know. That counsel is nothing more than speculation on your part. Let me ask the defense. Oh, yes, my lord? I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to a cross-examination? Absolutely, I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. Seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. The jailbreak plot. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive. Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. If it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I can even say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. At the time, Stronghart was a prosecutor. There's no telling where it started. That's a fair chance that it came from higher up the ladder. Basically, I can't give you any indication of who was behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority. The likes of us on the ground, as it were, didn't bother with any idle speculation. We just get the job done. Why would Stronghart set up the jailbreak? I guess it's my own theory that genuinely believes that Stronghart shot Asagi in the coffin when he came out of the coffin. It's like, why would you set up a jailbreak only to shoot him yourself, you know? So maybe I'm just a dumbass. I think that's what I've come to realize. I don't know why I'm so fixated on that idea. Like, why? Okay, no, I don't know. Someone had to have shot him, is the point. Someone who knew about the plan that was happening and knew that he was gonna have to rise out of the coffin. Someone shot him then and there. That's the fact. And it has to be someone with high authority because everyone is keeping quiet about it. I was responsible for Asagi right up until the end of his execution. I knew nothing of the plot.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right, my only role in the scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Thank you so much for 100 bits. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I have no idea, first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was basically just dealing with the aftermath. But I wouldn't even be surprised if there was other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? That's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Yeah. Dr. Sid. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business? I was responsible for Asagi right up until the end of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot. I didn't kind of...
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up into that night? Everything was unusual except for Exception. After all, it was the professor, the man who had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil, I can't apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe that you can. It won't change what's happened. What else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Caden? I didn't count if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
You've already acknowledged that orders come from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Alright, well, be that as it may, I didn't count nothing about that. The witness's stand is no place for telling what you don't know for sure. I can tell you that much, I do. I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt. A man was still killed illegally, even if he was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with the threat of conviction, you won't break your silence. Come on! All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genshin Asagi was shot dead in Logan Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the Jude out of jail and nothing more. I can't tell you anything about what happened after that. Only personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me.
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? What can I do you for, sir? It's salute. He's saluting now. What is it? Some sort of Barclay convention? Governor Caden was just saying something. What was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asagi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind, but the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? That's what I keep thinking this entire time! Thank you! If whoever negotiated with Asagi never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler just to let the man be executed in prison as dictated by his sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that in Barclay behind the prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, Aween, Asagi, and a body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Caden, I must insist that you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Seems to me that the Japanese fella didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I can see that myself. After all, did the prosecution not have conclusive evidence against the Collier? This, you mean? Discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard in the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct in the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you can't establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place.
Lucky number 13.
And yet the plan to break the man out of prison was definitely put into practice. Majuplease, thank you so much for the 13-month resub. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. He must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. Asagi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured that he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think Cosmosma's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Wally, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate it. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree? What a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man. Only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruto. No, it doesn't, but I can't quite put my finger on what yet. Must keep digging until we identify the problem. Okay, Now here's the grand question. How do we say what we want to say? It was the day that Jailbreak Jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief order vigil here and put the plan into action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asagi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of the plot. I indicated if there was some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. It seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with. Okay, but he did. So, okay, it's gotta be here. And is a will and testament a bargaining chip, is my other question. So, like, this was his... It can't be this because it was after. Hold on, let me save, I guess. I should probably save. At that point, it would have not been on his finger. He had a negotiation, didn't he? I think to be honest, this is my first thought, so maybe I should just go with it. Sukidor, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoy the emotes. Confessing under oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asagi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There was nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no one would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asagi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Heavens, the fella couldn't possibly have done anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asagi Papers, the name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asagi. It turns out that Mr. Asagi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Order Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, did you wee rat? Did I no tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. What is happening? When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict's cell, Mr. Asagi pleaded with the warder. All right then, but what's on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon that I have left now. After the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes, all the prison warders searched through the belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asagi Papers. Governor Kaden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Would I be right in saying that you knew? You knew that the so-called Asagi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow. What the blazes are you blathering about? The will was found, right and proper. In the fellow's cell where I said it would be. How can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't have to do a proper job, eh? You piddywally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know you're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document right here. What is happening? It's written in Japanese and reads, "The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asagi. Everything is as it should be." Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. Mr. Asagi described this document as the only weapon that he had left. And yet, this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on in Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asagi papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document? Oh, is that what Sholmes is getting?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a liar and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship going to gloss over these obvious facts? What did you say? Testify! 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 The man's voice must be heard! It would seem that a vocal few here are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asagi and kept watch over his cell. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the cell inside out, looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asagi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell, a kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. We're not satisfied with calling a liar the one say, you wee waffinger. That's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again, or are you too scared? Oh, shit! Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Asagi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to his homeland of the most notorious killer our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged, and I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. And you can't deny the handwriting is that of your old man, eh? There's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really. And And that last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. Oh, okay. Let's go.
Hold it!
So, would that mean that you converse with Mr. Asagi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm considering his days were very much numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike me as a man capable of mass murder. And yet he confessed in full to his crimes. I know, that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life. Yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will that you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes. The night after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the bad you are, you didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. According to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. When exactly was the will penned? It was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. At the prosecutor's office under supervision of relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asagi to make a will for the benefit of his family and his homeland. Personally? In that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? If it was penned at the prosecutor's office, you would have expected it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Well, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? A prison governor can be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office. In that case, Lord Stronghart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter? I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery, then. Man, Stronghart got a lot of answers. He's not saying anything. The thing about that will... We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail.
Hold it!
It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes, and when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, "I can't have disappeared completely," in my face. Alright, well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruto. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper. That blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. You mean the article based on Mr. Drever's experience in Logan Cemetery? Yes, that was it. The day after I'd read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you'd aided Genshin Asagi to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal? I'm afraid I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else. I only found out about the Asagi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak? Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I can't afford and I didn't can now. All I can tell you now is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The directive said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Document. Was that the wording? Document? Not will? Aye. That's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asagi's last will and testament that the sender of that directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asagi's kimono? Alright, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. He was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, that kimono, his sword. Karama, the famous sword of the Asagi clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it, but I wasn't really getting at that. Forget it for being the soul of the clan. Could that man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some respect, Rinosuke. Respectful silence. The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He couldn't have hurt anybody with that thing. He was allowed a sword, but no writing materials? Hi. He wrote that with before he came to stay with us at Barclay, you see? Dr. Mikatoba was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. A Cerise inkstone, black sumi ink, and some hanshi rice in the paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. But I'm sorry to say the letters are just look like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me. Are you okay?
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. This was written before. Wait, is that why... Is that why Klint died? No. Okay, I'm jumping. Don't jump. I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swaying and more explaining would be helpful. Is it something about the testimony that we just heard? Have you recalled something of importance? Something of importance, possibly or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony. With this possibly or possibly not important detail. As I remember it, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. Even by the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking that it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Witness! Is that really what you saw? Sir! Is something wrong, Lord Stronghart? I apologize. For Lord Stronghart to be so visibly shaken in that way. Ah, she didn't have her. You can plainly see the right hand. It's black as yours as Hull's waistcoat. Yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asagi was holding that night? Well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. It was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asagi told me. But if it wasn't, the court need waste no further time on this matter. We have the will in question in our possession. There is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruto, you must present it to the court at once. Wait, but we don't actually have the thing. Wait, what? That testimony doesn't give much away. So this will was really penned by Cosmo-sama's father. I wonder what he could have possibly meant when he described it as a weapon. It's starting to sound very much like Asagi actually had nothing. But the plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which means he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asagi actually might have had something. How does that make sense? How does that make sense? Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand, but no document and corresponding ink was found. But this is Klint's autopsy report. How does that make sense? What about Klint? He... I'm flabbergasted. I'm not putting the dots together. I understand what they want me to say here, but I don't understand what this implies. What is this implying? Where is the... Why would that piss Stronghart off so bad? Okay, we're gonna move on. I just like figuring out where the game is taking me before it actually takes me. I'm not understanding where they're going with this. They're implying that this document, but that doesn't make any sense to Klint's autopsy report. That would, wait, would that be, would that, no. That's May 31st. That's when Klint's autopsy report was done. Are we proving the fact that it's fabricated in the end? No, that doesn't make any sense. This happened days before, 2 days beforehand. So, where are they going with this? I'm so confused.
Here, take some brain cells. You can do it.
Thanks for the 100 bits. No, I know what to do here. I know what to present and where. I just don't know where they're going with it after this. Like, why would that... I'm thinking about, like, the situation as a whole. Why would this piss off Stronghart so bad? Why would he set this up? Why... What's the gain? What's the gain out of that? I don't understand. What, he's so threatened by this. He never found it? Is that why he's mad? He never found this document. And he's been looking for it this whole time? Did he think that, like, killing him would have solved that? Like, why? Brain is spinning. It can't theorize. My brain can't theorize and it's so pissed off. Why? What is this implying? Okay, anyway, the timing is so weird. Did I save?
Objection!
Scarlet colored writing is what you just thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. You've no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothering me. That's bothered me since I first read it. Still is bothering me. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. That's a light bulb for later. Okay, yes, so it does. Scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit, but I would hazard a guess as that they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips? he would have cleaned them immediately. Okay, Van Zieks. What is your point, Council? My point is whether Lord Klint Van Zieks was writing in that unusually colored ink. It must have been directly before his death. Yes, but what does that imply about what he's writing in his cell? I don't understand. Two different documents or the same? He died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. I remember something troubled me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Klint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual. And no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell, the same document that Klint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? So he kept it with him, but then it would have been found. Then it was... If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that, yes, Mr. Vigil... When you spotted Mr. Asagi with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? What's that on the paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left. A last will and testament. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we now know completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asagi said. You really think Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with a will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asagi. It was of the last will and testament of Lord Klint Van Zieks.
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. Impossible! That is utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zieks. Klint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. The idea that he would willingly accept his own death is obscene.
Objection!
No, but it all makes sense if that's the case, Barrick. It makes sense. Ah! And yet we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death. And that Genshin Asagi came to be in possession of that document. Oh! That's what they're implying! It wasn't his will, it was Klint's!
Ah, it's big brain time.
That implies further things. This goes even further. So that would also imply that Klint knew that oh, what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be made public under any circumstances whatsoever, because armed with that document was my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. There can be no question that the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. No. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom with nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
My lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asagi had in his possession was that of Lord Klint Van Zieks. All the testimony and evidence presented to the court has logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. Poor Barrick. Oh my god, bro. This gotta be so hard for him. Oh man, I feel so bad. A reason why Lord Klint Van Zieks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. Ah! However difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken. "10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Klint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asagi was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke.
Oh no, I can't do this. 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 I'm gonna cry. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this.
Show my resolve. My resolve is to help out Lord Van Zieks. I gotta do this for Barrick Van Zieks, man, and for Klint. I gotta do it from them both. They sacrificed everything. They sacrificed everything. All to call out Lord Stronghart. Okay. This came from the prosecutor's office. Klint set this up to out him. How do I want to say this? I gotta do this for Barrick. All right, let's figure out the okay. It's hard whenever I like know the destination, but I don't know the train to get there. Okay. Klint. We've never even even met this man. Babies. So it's either one of two things. The document left behind a report that points to Lord Stronghart about the professor case. It was all a ruse. And that would be why exactly he had to shut down every last thing. Everything about Klint. He needed to put it on him. Oh. Now, is it an accusation or a report? I'm gonna say a report. An accusation wouldn't be based in evidence. I feel like, I don't know where that would exactly go. Oh. I feel like the answer is actually an accusation here, but I'm like scared as to where that would go because I feel like we would need to then put out something. I know what they're trying to do. Let's say, ooh, oh. Oh, okay, this is an instance of going with my gut, like... Do I go with my gut? Wait, give me a second, give me a second! Wait, am I... Topsy-turvy, chat. Topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy. Topsy-turvy, right? We have to go topsy-turvy. That's the only way. Topsy-turvy is the way. Oh, I'm so stressed out. I'm so stressed out. This is so stressful. I literally hate this game. My gut. Go with the gut. It's not right.
Objection.
In that case, the will wouldn't have been given to Mr. Asagi any bargaining power at all. Then you're suggesting the accusation was against some other person.
Objection.
No! If that were the case, the two men would surely have collaborated to pursue the culprit together. Then your whole argument falls down. Nice. I like that. Okay. I know you. You've seen the heart of this, haven't you? Technically, yes. Yes. I'm really stressed out right now. This is really stressed out. I'm really stressed out. It was probably some kind of report. Some kind of Well, remember that Lord Klint Van Zieks was a well-bred and fastidious man. Knowing the end was near, he probably wanted to tie up some loose ends about his outstanding business. My brother had no outstanding business. Huh? Klint would have full account written the instant that there was even a hint of something to report. He must have worn out a lot of pens. Sorry, that was incredibly worth it. That was incredibly worth it. I had to. Anyway, to the root of the problem. You can do it, Mr. Naruto. I believe that what Lord Klint Van Zieks actually penned that day was a confession. Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor and his true identity.
Objection!
Topsy-turvy, 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 topsy-turvy. Enough, counsel. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Sorry. Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate that this must be really hard to take in. It's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago became known as the Professor, the man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asagi at all. It was in fact the man believed to be the 5th victim. The 360-point Lord Klint Van Zieks himself. Barrick, I'm so sorry, dude. No, Barrick. Oh, don't. I don't want to do this to him, like I'm gonna fucking cry. Sub, thank you so much, Elliot, for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate it. He was actually a mass murderer, perpetrator of aristocracy. As if the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. This is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder, though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruto. Lord Barrick Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Lord Stronghart! Lord Stronghart! Testify! Testify! The Professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Klint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jewel-studded collar around his neck. That's right, though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. I don't like this. I don't like this game anymore. I really don't like this game anymore. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There was an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown and bore an ornate capital letter B. An emblem bearing the initial B. You know it. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. Why is that name coming up now? The Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. Oh! That's the answer I was looking for! The resemblance! That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Klint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the color that you've described was Baumung's, the family insignia of Lord Klint Van Zeeks' widow. There was considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So is it true? Klint Van Zeeks really was the professor? Impossible! Those Japanese are making it all up to exonerate their own. So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals— why am I not standing? Threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. There's still more to this case! There's still more! There's still more! My family knew that and was just using it to negotiate this way out of unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. Well, can you deny it, Lord Stronghart? 10 years have passed, and still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easily believing that justice was done. That though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. What? What? This isn't happening. This is not fucking happening. Tell me then. Tell me what Klint really was. Lord Klint Van Zeeks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to an uncomfortable realization. That to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Eric. Klint. We're not done here. We're not done. This is far from over. No. The 19th century was a truly miraculous 100 years for Great Britain and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. These dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. Water sullied by factories, air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Klint Van Zeeks made it his mission to combat that darkness. As time went on, it slowly aided his soul until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed. By a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? Well, your father. 10 years ago, your father, Genshin Asangi, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Beyond all shadow of a doubt, you must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as yet. He keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. A large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. God, I hate this. I hate this so much. I turned down Asagi's plea, and as a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zeek's mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. We know the outcome, of course, that Lord Klint Van Zeeks perished. I don't believe this. In actual fact, Cosmosma's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zeeks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life. Yikes. As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened. What about the will? Asagi must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. Which explains the anger earlier. He didn't know. This game changed my mind. I was the only person who knew of the true identity of the professor, so I resolved to keep it a secret and to guard the secret to the bitter end. You're admitting to it. You were behind it all? Is he really? It was you then who pinned the crimes on my father? I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence. I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson? Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that. There's no question that it was Asagi who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff have made statements that they saw a man running from the mansion that night. Well, I've no doubt it was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he doesn't keep a dog. So we're short of a murder weapon to boot. And we're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage for the good of the country. Ugh, I hate this man. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Blimey. Oh, so that night 10 years ago when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, was it? That was Gregson and some hired help? The detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned its discovery from the victim's stomach during that autopsy. And in the light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asagi was found guilty of the charges brought against him. Behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhanded dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. He had once crippling weakness. What weakness? Isn't it obvious? You, Cosmo Asagi. Oh, fuck off. Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asagi. What? I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel. Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty. Whatever rash claims you might make in court, will have no trouble in stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asagi, the gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, and it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order. Yeah, you understand. What's it to be, Asagi? He did it for me. As I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Get him, Barrick. I've never dared to let myself even consider this possibility until now. In the light of all of this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Male Stronghart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Barrick von Zeeks? Spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for his sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale of London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection. But your role really wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who had cooperated with me already were too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and my minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as the demigod the Reaper became. If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna put you guys out of emote only. I'm not gonna read the chat anyway, so I'll let you guys have your fun. Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith. Dr. Sith. So what with the execution of the professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey? I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. It's not everything. My lords, ladies, and gentlemen, I do hereby confess. I do hereby confess it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Stronghart did it, an unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were rotten to the core anyway, but it was all in aid of keeping London safe. There's no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. I would like to entreat all those present. Beyond these 4 walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. No! I trust you will appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. No! No! No!
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zeeks. What? Of course, I know that you're a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. He didn't want to. Like, do you blame the guy? That's why I feel so bad right now. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Klint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time. And I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. Yeah, buddy! It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. I am stubborn until the end. My brain isn't letting go of the idea either. I'm still staying stubborn on this. Neither Klint Van Zeeks nor Genshin Asagi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi. And the 3-paged last will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. I'm taking this fucker down, chat. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. What? No.
Objection!
Yes, objection. Don't let him run. Do not let this fuck run! Thank you, Kazuma. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist that the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. All I did was ask the accused one simple question. It began with Lord Van Zeeks and his recollection about his brother. Lord Stronghart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is this contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. I'm just gonna save. because I actually have 2 ideas, and it's one for each of them, which doesn't really help my case. I'm not 100% sure. Come on, Ryunosuke, think back over his words, find the problem. Neither Klint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asagi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only 2 extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asagi, and the 3-page last will and testament penned in black ink left behind by the man. Lord Stronghart, would you care to explain? Among the statements that you made just a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence that we have. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. 3 pages. 3. We have 2. Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They may very well prove fatal. I got you, bitch. I fucking got you! You're going down! Suck my big old fucking pee-pee!
Take that!
Take it! This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asagi. The 2-paged will. Yet moments ago, your precious words were the 3-paged last will and testament. Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you'd identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle. Governor Caden. What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. I was there for sure. I remember the black Wyrm-like scrolls to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we required only his will. We wouldn't have wanted any comfortable words of Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought nay to be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had a right to know what is said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, Counsel. It's literally a last will. Is that not a fucking crime? Like, it goes to Cosma. What? What? You can't just not. It belongs to him. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message. It will be given to you at the end of these proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial's over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing may give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asagi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence
Objection.
now. The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Caden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all to hear. Only oh, come on, that was not the time to just... What? Okay. Only I should point out, my lord, that I can't actually read Wyrm language. He can't read Japanese. Give me 1 second. I really have to pee before this goes off. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Let's go. Let's read Japanese. Oh, this beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Oh! Mikatoba appears. If I could be of assistance here, I'd be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father. You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikatoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Bruh. What does it say? Your cooperation is much appreciated. What does it say? What does it say? Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our clan's great sword can pierce. Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. Oh, Bertini, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. I really appreciate the support. The answer is in Karma all along. Father. What is Karma? The name of the Asagi clan's famous sword. The razor-sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies a Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's the katana sword that was submitted as evidence earlier in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. Adjournment of this court is long overdue. As the presiding judge, I have been as accommodating as possible of the will of the courtroom. Oh no, Stronghart, like you're going fucking down, bro. I'm gonna kick your ass, okay. Twist thy head and watch them fall. All them thy mortal foes. Ooh. You get the sound effect of the unicorn. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. Is this where I'm supposed to, like, do something to the sword itself? Mighty Karma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use the sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck, that's the trouble. Mr. Naruhodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago, and as I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is the part at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as Kashira, I believe. Kashira? So Mr. Asagi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think... Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound sheet of parchment? What does it say? What does it say? Blood. Klint Van Zeeks. Wait, no, it's not? Okay. It's written in scarlet ink. A pen, this is my last will and testament. In the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is, isn't it? That Mr. Naruhodo, look at the signature at the end. Klint Van Zeeks, it is! And the date 10 years ago on that fateful night, so for 10 years, it's been silently concealed into Karma. That's why Stronghart was so pissed, because he couldn't find the document before. He was so pissed that he couldn't find it. The last will and testament of Lord Klint Van Zeeks. Read it! Wait, oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Read it. Oh my god. Klint, I don't, come on. What does it say? It's not letting me click it. It's not letting me examine it. It's not it! Klint! I'm believing in you, buddy. I'm believing in you, buddy. Come on! In pursuit of justice, Lord Klint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. Stop pitting him! Stop! When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
Come on! How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We cannot ever hope to know what we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Stronghart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings. Everything you did was in the interests of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends and then you had them killed. However you dressed it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Stronghart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikatoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. Come on, Ryunosuke. This is my last chance. I have to present some decisive evidence now or it's all over, but can I? Yes! Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from this time.
Objection!
Barbaric! It's high time that you realized something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Yeah, boyfriend! Let's go! He knows! What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say the final decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. How can you? Decisive. It would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive? Here we go!
Take that!
I'm gonna pee! There is a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Klint Van Zieks. A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. In case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible, that can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock the entire mystery. Oh, he's sweating! Lord Stronghart be sweating! My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this! Inside Karuma. That ultimate weapon Genshin Asagi obtained has lain undisturbed in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. The signature and seal certainly look official. Barrick, I'm doing this for you! My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. Come on, do it for Barrick! I forbid the contents of that document from being read out loud. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
Oh no, Lord Stronghart, that's not how this courtroom works. You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of the justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Yeah, Barrick, get him. Yeah, the leg! Let's go! Do that, my lord, and you'll suffer a fatal blow as Lord Chief Justice. Oh! I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason, and not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Go get fucked, Stronghart! This ain't the end! I said I was gonna take you down! Really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as you young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will, a right and a duty! Well, well, my lord. It would rather appear as though proceedings aren't going to go quite as you'd hoped. You fools! Go ahead, Ryunosuke, read it. The prosecution gives it full support. Thank you, Kazuma! Alright, you're reinstated as a boyfriend, thank you. No, for God's sake. No! Oh my god, is he having a breakdown? Oh god. What's happening? I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m. and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asagi stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to evoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor. An honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Klint Van Zeeks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zeeks Estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse, the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity. A demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was at once recognized by another, and I became subject to his extortion. He held over me the threat of my exposing wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I have done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound that I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There is no path back to the light, be it I or my dear friend Asagi, who dies this night. I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, male Stronghart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. Ouch. Fucking God. Yeah! Now we know. Yes, Klint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Male Stronghart. It was you. Lord Stronghart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country. But you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you've sacrificed up until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and the man of lofty principles. And as I said, Klint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Stronghart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you'd set your sights on. You used your own hunting dog, Lord Klint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but the Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say? Tantamount to cowardice, if you ask me. Which is why I took his place in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in London.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now, too? Genshin Asagi. Ah, well, that was unfortunate. I had fully intended to send him back to Japan as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him! You fired the shot in Logan Cemetery! I called that like 5,000 cases ago, bro! No! I'm calling it was you! No! Who shot him? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logan Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asagi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had fierce ambition and made him easy to manipulate. You still did it! He's making this sound like it's okay! I didn't fire the gun, so clearly I'm fine! 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he agreed fast enough. He couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool. As you know, Asagi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of the grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas of digging up graves. A man who witnessed what nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Drebber. Of course I knew grave robbers frequented London's cemeteries, but that grave on that particular night If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the very foundations of the Empire. What do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku. Shoot Asagi at once. We can't live now that this has happened. He has to go. What are you talking about? You had an agreement. You promised him that he could return to Japan. Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us would be finished forever. Come on, Jigoku, do it. Pull the trigger. But it wasn't me. But it wasn't me, guys. It wasn't me. Jigoku shot Asagi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close that the blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. And then Jigoku and I put Asagi's body back in the grave from which he'd just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to 2 things. Never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asagi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened at Logat Cemetery that night. This is so heavy. I'm glad I believed in Klint. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asagi in the end, you see? He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Wasn't me, bro. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in your graveyard? By that time, Jigoku was the Master Minister of Foreign Affairs, negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light that he'd murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. So it was blackmail. It was blackmail. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I've fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld. And I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you! I saved Klint Van Zieks from dishonor and his death. Okay. Wow, he's really pulling at straws here. Okay, bro, okay. Whilst behind the scenes you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way, and then you made my father take the blame. It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders of countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We have to fight fire with fire. Our courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
Bro, he ain't fine. You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly, justly in court, while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. Aw, he stood up for Baron Van Zieks. Thank you, Kazuma. You definitely needed to commend him in some way, shape, or form. Thanks, bitch. Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asagi, who risked his life going in pursuit of the truth that you tried to hide. No, the darker recesses of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little! When will you get it through your thick skulls? He's losing composure. It was all for Queen and Country? I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding, nothing more. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk about justice again. Woo! Let's go. Get fucked. Get fucked, kid. Oh, he's not done. He's not done. He's not going down easy. Oh, we're slow clapping, slow clapping. Well, well, well. Dear me, my good fellows. Dear me. My good fellows, did he turn into Sholmes? This sounds like a sick, like he's about to drop a sick beat. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for a quite marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions that beautifully pronounce Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite the picture of industriousness. Do I have hyperclap? You fraud, keep your mockery. Please, don't misunderstand. It really is exactly as you've both said. Oh, I do have hyperclap, okay. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how do you put it? Done nothing? I confess, it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes. I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing, no? Sholmes. It's your turn. It's your turn, buddy. It's his turn. I know, I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. He's gonna come up with something. Come on, we need to summon Sholmes. It's true, personally, I have committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You've consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords and ladies and gentlemen of the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Sholmes, I need you, buddy. Let me appeal to you, your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. Is this catalog of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen? To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself. That evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak. That the Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. public order in the capital would completely break down. We'd be cast back to the lawless days of the last century. Precisely, as it was 100 years ago, when 1 in 10 of the population were criminals. Think what we've accomplished since then: a public policing force, a comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect the new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the men responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of the proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order, and to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my ladies, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? Sholmes? Sholmes? Sholmes, I need you. On the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rate. And by fair means or foul, that's all thanks to Lord Stronghart. Sholmes! Sholmes! I need to pull the ears! Pull the ears! Pull the ears! Let me pull the ears! Let me pull them! Let me pull them! This is the will of the British judiciary? And Van Zeeks is just drinking. Honestly, buddy, I don't fucking blame you. I would be drinking too. For your rousing response, friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the records shall be erased. You have to respect the man's ability to turn a situation to his favor. Lord Stronghart really is a master of manipulation. We've conclusively proven his guilt, yet he still manages to evade justice. I don't understand what we can do. Ryunosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. Wait, I want to summon Sholmes! Wait, what do you mean I have an option here? I want to summon Sholmes!
It's Cheeto all over again.
I want to summon Sholmes! Use evidence and pull the ears? Or raise an objection? Oh God! I wanna get my boyfriend! I wanna get my boyfriend in here! But that's not gonna do anything! I'm gonna pull the ears! I'm gonna pull him! I'm gonna pull him! I don't know if this is right! As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. Oh God, I have hard evidence? I have, a Sholmes. Is Sholmes evidence? This music is so good! What evidence is there that to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item that we have the evidence, it's now! It's now!
Take that!
Oh my, yes! Mr. Sholmes, as if you had that with you earlier, yes! We've exposed all of Lord Stronghart's wrongdoings now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes has already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. Get him! Get him! Get him! Oh my God, I'm gonna cry! Get him in this courtroom! Sholmes, where are you? Absolutely! Let's take the hair by the ears then and heave! Alright, here goes! Heave! Ow, 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 ow! My dear fellows, must I remind you every time a gentle tug will suffice? Mr. Sholmes! You're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruto. Because I'm over here. A boyfriend summoning ritual! It worked! Oh my God! Oh my God! Mr. Naruto, he's... Oh, he just... What? He's appeared! He's a projection! What's happening? How does that work? What What are you? Are you a magician? It's Mr. Sholmes, he's a ghost! What's happening? What? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. That's gay. Oh my god. Delighted to be here again. Lord Stronghart. What the fuck? What is the meaning of this? Bailiff, seize him! Put that man in irons! He's not even here! He's a fucking projection! This is a closed court. You've been warned once already, man. Oh my god! What is happening? What is happening? We can't get a hold of him! This is so good! And he's just dancing! Oh my god! This is the best! Oh my god! This is so good! I'm afraid your efforts are wasted, you see? The great detective you see before you is composed entirely of light and shadow. An image, if you will. Mr. Naruto, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is this? Ew, that's a really annoying comment. Wait, I want to take the liberty of timing you out myself. Shut up, don't tell me to play the game fast. Fuck you. Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of the speaker's voice is converted to electric signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Ah, quite. Sounds are transmitted, so could not images keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop such a device specifically for this very day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description! Ah, somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes, now you're just being immodest. Do you mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusty partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Gay. Except he's grasping the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I would have hoped he might have been forewarned of being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once. Get out or I swear to you. Oh, dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Stronghart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I am not here, which would, I hope, lead naturally to one asking. Where exactly are you? Ah, the very question I was awaiting! I am at present enjoying the air in a rather splendid garden. A garden. Not just any garden, you understand? A garden at Buckingham Palace. Whoa, okay. Did he go above Lord Stronghart? Did he? Wait a second, wait a fucking second. Bruh, he's like, yo, Lord Stronghart being a little bitch. I'm going to the fucking queen? What? Is this for real? What's Buckingham Palace, Miss Sasato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes, is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. With Her Majesty. Oh my god. Oh my god. Her Majesty? Not just any Her Majesty, you understand? Her Majesty, the Queen of the British Empire. What? What? Oh my god! What on earth is all of this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto. I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be, I mean no. This is some sort of unforgivable, distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all. Oh, unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty would be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So, I decided to show her. Everything. From start to finish. You showed her? Okay! Indeed. By dint of the Herlock Sholmes remote cinematograph, words, you meddling. This is some kind of nightmare. Ah, just as I appear to be standing before you, regaling you with talk of my latest invention. No doubt, you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings? I assumed that there would be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, as you know. You! Oh my god! This game is insane. Herlock Sholmes is insane. I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivable, distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years. Oh, shit! Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Oh, Vicky. Just calls the Queen Vicky. Just, okay. Just calls the Queen Vicky, oh my god! Iris, there you are. Just Queen Vicky, NBD. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to male Stronghart is hereby revoked forevermore. Can we get some claps in the chat for the Queen Vicky? Queen Vicky! Herlock Sholmes! Goats! Wow! Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. Ah, so it seems that Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered by the shadows at all. Male Stronghart. The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and of Her Majesty the Queen, you are nothing but a criminal! Yeah! Look at all these boyfriends in the room! Adjourn! It doesn't work like that, buddy. Doesn't work like that. Not the unicorn! What are you doing? The unicorn! Oh my god, oh. Okay. Well, I bet the queen got a good show out of that, at least. The queen's probably watching like, oh yay, that was so fun. Well, Klint Van Zieks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asagi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. I couldn't find the damn document. I'd searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Ah, which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume? What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asagi's escape, that he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. I never even crossed my mind that it was concealed in the sword's hilt. Get fucked. Ew, ew, get this man away from Barrick Von Zieks, please. He deserves better. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zieks. In point of fact, I think perhaps that isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. Oh. What? What? Oh. Oh. As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Barrick, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for your understanding, but for none could understand my depravity. I ask for only for your forgiveness. Asagi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Klint Van Zieks. Klint. Oh. Baby. Is he gonna cry? Please don't. Oh. Barrick, I got a proposal for you. So your brother and Genshin Asagi were like BFFs. I can be your BFF if you want. Just saying. I would like that. You know, that'd be cool. Just saying. Male Stronghart, you colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. And you cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. Why did you set about that now, a whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough, short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General. I could have no real power to effect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people that you had killed? That is such a hot point. I am so sorry. Damn, I am a simp. Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as... You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Oops, forgot about that. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I suggest, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? He just comes back! How does Sholmes do this? How does Sholmes do this? Snap! The judge appears? Bro, what? How do you do that? My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our lands these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. That's us. Defense Counsel Naruto. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest of intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change, this might just be the man to do it. Oh. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese over the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, he said my name, that's the 4th time! 'Cause we count them! You can call me by my first name, by the way. Allow me to apologize for countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Lord Van Zeeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have entirely made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend Kazuma Asagi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Miss Sasato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Zeeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. Guys, I can't believe we just ended racism, oh my god! We just ended all of it! Oh, I can't believe it, this is crazy! And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Saving the best for last, Mr. Naruto! What a relief! Ah, yes. Yep, I did, yep. I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. The truth is a guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually, it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain. Sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we allow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. And from there, it grows until eventually it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must all resolve never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Boyfriend. Boyfriend. Other boyfriend. My god, my 3 boyfriends. I'm gonna fucking cry. Well, I must excuse myself now. No! But before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stronghart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much! So, until our paths cross again somewhere... Oh! Wait, that's the last we see of him? Wait, no. Come back. Wait, no! Boyfriend number 1! I didn't even get to say bye. It would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. I'm quite sure that we shall meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Barrick von Zeeks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Barrick von Zeeks. Say it with him, chat! Say it with him! Not guilty! Barrick is not guilty! Yes! Woo! We did it! We saved our boyfriend number 2! Kazuma moved down to 3. That's what happened, by the way. I put him down. That is all. Court is adjourned. We can make amends with Kazuma, though. I still like him, don't worry. November 4th, 4:21 p.m. Old Bailey Defendant's Antechamber. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruto? I really must congratulate you. It was truly splendid performance. Thank you, Susato! Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Miss Susato. Oh! Your kind words mean so much to me. Oh. It really was a very splendid show, that Naruto. I'd have thought that you'd be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. I don't want to go back to Japan. Of course, I'm delighted about the verdict, but in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. Barrick, well, we can make it up to him by, you know, going out with him. That's a good compromise, I think. You know, we've hurt Barrick's feelings, but, you know, we can make it up to him in other ways. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Ah. Holy shit. That is loud. Okay. Sorry. Well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Zeek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. Oh, yeah. Uh-huh. Miss Sasato? Everything's worse. Everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. That's 5 times he said my name now? Okay, we're good. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence that you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What was it he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if we were here. Oh, he's here. And that's not a smile, but yeah, okay. Miss Sasato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks, are you gonna apologize? Boyfriends better fucking apologize, just saying. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. Hell yeah you do, buddy. No, it is I who should apologize. Oh, bro, this is such a moment. Ugh. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps. I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that, at least, I can't withhold respect. This is so awkward. What do you mean? Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Klint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asagi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed— why am I giving him Barrack accent? He has agreed to honor my final 2 wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Klint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? Wait, I thought that was obvious that it was the killing of him, like, the agreement was he had to die by his father's hand? Like, he only wanted to die by his father's hand, not anybody else. maybe I read that wrong. Maybe it's something else. I think perhaps... Oh, Mikatoba. I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. One day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up more of a fight, Genshin? If you'd only agree to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, and telling no one. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding in hiding there. A lady of the gentry. She's not in a good way, and she's with child. The birth is imminent. Iris' dad! Oh my god! Oh! Oh my god! By any chance, is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew as his dying wish. I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and his unborn child. Oh my god! So that means... Wait, Iris's dad was Klint, and that means Barrick's an uncle? If something should happen to me, I need to ask you that same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you? Tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life would bring. Alright then, tell me the address. Wait, so if Iris's dad is Sholmes, I mean, like, you know, like, found father. Sholmes raised Iris, and Barrick is the uncle. What does that... This family just got bigger is what I'm saying. Ah! I'll head there at once with Seishiro. No, not with him. Pardon? This is a favor I'm asking of you, and only you, Yujin. Right, I see. Very well then. That very night, I caught a train from Paddington to Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was. An old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds.
So
The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. Oh, okay, my next question was gonna be then how does Sholmes know about Iris's father? Because he's known this whole time, but if Mikatoba and him are partners, then obviously Mikatoba told Sholmes. Okay. I broke her waters to precipitate the labor before she was weakened further, but it was torturous. It was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. In the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I can care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was a precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top quality leather with fine stitching. Oh, this writing is so good. It was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. Iris. You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Klint Van Zeeks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Klint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. Well, your brother said that he'd confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were ever to be made public, the girl would be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zeeks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Klint Van Zeeks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I honored my promise to Genshin, of course. However, only a month later I was summoned back to Japan, and without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. How awful! I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That being Mr. Sholmes. He took one look into my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. When I'd come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikatoba, in other words. The name of my mother. Ayame Mikatoba. That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. I had no idea. Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? Oh god. This little thing just pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard. Pinched his ass good. Ah, my dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Ouch! Yes, we can hear you! You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you! Okay, you fuck. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice would require such measures. Bruno, Susie! Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said that she thought my special blend was delicious. Queen Vicky, okay. Okay. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Wait, so this actually technically means that Iris is aristocracy. So maybe she can call the queen this. Damn, okay. Maybe she gets the pass for today. Okay. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you must come too. Yes, Mr. Reaper must come too. Iris is like, you're my uncle. What? I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, flustered by a 10-year-old girl again. No, really? Oh, poo. But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude. Oh, he's gonna come to Baker Street? Oh, how lovely. You've promised now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now, then. All right, Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon. Ow, ow, ouch! One final pinch goodbye, was it? Fuck you, Sholmes. Well, I think I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zeeks, would you care to accompany me? Whoa. Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 6 times. Allow me to once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Bro, I'm gonna cry. Oh no. Oh wait, Lord Van Zeeks! Please bring your hotness back. Sorry, I just needed one last good stare. So what are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office. No! I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zeeks family will be ostracized completely from London society. Surely not. So as soon as I am free from my employment, I shall leave the capital. No! My heart. You know, I got connections to Queen Vicky. Maybe Queen Vicky can bring honor to the Van Zeeks' name or something? You know, we could just hit her up, I'm sure. We can make your family name, like, not a menace to society. Like, we could do something. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper of the Bailey? I beg your pardon? For the past 10 years, you've endured the pseudonym of and been cast as one of the dark forces yourself. Now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here, I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Wow, okay. That's all I get from you? Feel like we barely had a moment. Kazuma Asagi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly. He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo. Huh? Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must! Oh. It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. I'm starting to get sad. The sad is starting to sink in. I don't want this to end, but it's ending. I'm home. Ah! About time you got here. We've been waiting ages, Odo. What are you doing with that colorful piece of history? It's a party, innit? It's gonna go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks, ideally. But when you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it? Yeah, there's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think. Right. I'll remember that. Okay, Gina. You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak. You really must hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing. I assure you. Oh, yes, we get more. Yes, that's Shams. This is all I wanted before the end of the game. Actually, I wanted a lot of things. I wanted to see Barrick Von Zeke smile by the end of the game, and now I have to write a very strongly worded letter to the writer that I didn't get to see him smile at the end of the game. I had that. I wanted it, and it didn't happen, so now I'm mad. But I at least got Vest Shams, so I get one last look at it, so we're good. I assure you, defy your expectations. Take down every detail now, Mikatoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. That's me. I would believe it, yeah. I say, Mikatoba, I detect not a hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Maybe because I was there at the scene as well, Sholmes? Oh, this was Jigoku, right. What, you were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes, Professor Mikatoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. And not a moment too soon. A feast prepared by Iris and Miss Susato awaits. I must say, I haven't seen Susato looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. Gina. Gina's part of the family, by the way. Gina's part of the family. Barrick is part of the family. Big old happy family. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yup. I'm losing me copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. You're really leaving the police force? But why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't never gonna accept a diver turned dick, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes. That reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff of this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. Aw, the Gregson theme. That watch was his pride and joy, a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years, without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. Someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive by taking on the great responsibility of winding that watch every single day again. Yes, someone with an equally fierce detective spirit. Come on, Gina. It's gotta be me! There ain't no one else! That's right. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... Well, he was my boss! Yes, Ginny, yes he was! Oh yeah, and I made you a promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Alright then, it's decided, I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. Oh. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I think I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I've come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. But I've caused such a lot of trouble trying to find out for so many people. Hurley, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh, no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I've decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. Oh. I don't think it matters what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree, Hurley? Shows! With every word, Iris. Oh my god. Thank you, Hurley. Thank you, Daddy. I think Mikatoba. Yes, Sholmes? I think that I ought to express my gratitude to you. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all. Oh my god! Bro! And I should never have experienced it were it not for you. Oh. You old softy, Schultz. I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Oh my god. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh, I was having a moment. I was literally crying for you, but okay. Okay, that's fine. Yes. Sure, yeah. Okay. I'll just, let me wipe my tears, okay? Okay, Sholmes, okay. Sure. Oh, well, the food will go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Hurley. Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling from the most shocking of revelations, returning in the evening to this suite of rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. The home of the world's greatest detective, and my home too, with my greatest family. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I've lived here. But I think now that the time has come, the time to bid this place farewell. Naruto. Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Susato-san went out after dinner. She took a carriage. Something about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh? With Iris, I mean, when the subject of her father came up. I made up my mind many years ago never to tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Lord Klint Van Zeke's final wish before he died, you mean? Yes. I've had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Sosuke-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You'd stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you've decided to investigate that insignia sooner or later, you'd have made the connection to the Van Zeeks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew of the unpublished story as well. The story that Iris had written based on my notes from the time. Yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Armed with those two clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented that story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returned to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. Something I've never understood is why Susato-san came across that manuscript in Japan, though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean? Sholmes sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly left it on my desk, which is where Susato came across it, of course. It was the only case Sholmes and I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I discussed the matter and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. Okay. So you did all of that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father. That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute that she'd become. However, having witnessed events in court today, I must say that my opinion has somewhat shifted. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? No. Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Kazuma. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February, my becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With Kazuma, Susato-san, and Mr. Sholmes all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best part of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of a seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client, and I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? That's what I am now. And that's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Sounds like you've made quite a resolution there. I have. I must say it's extremely welcome news. I don't want to go. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow, but I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now, such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I'll bid you good night. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you, hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yeah. I couldn't help, but... How much did you hear? From the part about Iris's real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you've made up your mind? You return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer? Yeah, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to earlier this evening, actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I already knew that it's what you'd decide, Naruto-san. You did? Sasaru-san? I suppose this means it has to be farewell soon. I suppose. You'll be a great help for Kazuma to go, help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she was always supposed to be my coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Yeah, you're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or a locum should be ashamed of themselves. The Sato song. Thank you. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runa? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I wish you weren't going. But you have to come back and visit. Say you will. Of course, I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. Oh. For a while at least, it felt like old times. Oh. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
I don't know anymore.
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor. I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Oh, I see.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Name it.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days. While I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me. To slay it once and for all. I leave this in your care. If you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always. Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow, and I have mine.
Naruhodo-san? The path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me. But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
Hey, shut up.
I am?
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
Okay.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? And when I had that conversation with Professor Mikatoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes. I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting. So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me.
Ah! What's wrong?
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Time to go then.
No.
Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword. One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Okay.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Bet you better.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact, the world is far smaller than most folk realize.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London. And when we're together again. No doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So, I do just that. And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
objection!
Until we meet again, Bruno.
Objection! I'm too busy crying. No, why is it over? Shoot Takumi, everybody! Oh my god. I've been thoroughly inundated with inquiries about my remote subscriptions since that day. I have no of electrical goods or the promised closed court society. Anyway, I've decided an absence from London is in order, a sojourn in distant climes. The Empire of Japan, perhaps? I understand that wardrobe class incurs no charge whatsoever. He's coming! He misses us already. I gave a little note to Hurley the other day. It just said thank you for everything, Daddy, but it made Hurley cry. And I gave him some lotion I'd invented as well to dye his hair red safely. But he said that might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Oh, bitch, stop! In those days when I was known as the Reaper, I felt your presence at my side. Once unable to bear the burden of that grim pseudonym, I even retired from the courtroom. Despite everything, I still wear your prosecutor's badge with pride. But the darkness that once beset me is no more, as you too are no more. In the words of a young foreign friend of mine, I must strive forward to get toward a brighter future. Bro. Oh. Boss left a note for me, you know, and I read every letter now, A to Z, the whole lot. It's cleared a load of stuff up. The boss was trying to protect me, see? And that's exactly what me and Chief Inspector Toby here gonna keep doing for Londoners. I only wish I could have said how grateful I was before he, you know. Gina, the truth is, I'm not the upstanding fellow you think I am. You might be a diver at heart, but it's a good heart. And you reminded me I need to be true to myself. I've got one more job to take care of before it's ta-ta to London town for the foreseeable. And then I've got to complete your education in the art of detection a la Gregson, as they say. Oh god, Archie.
Your Excellency, this man is accused of illegal entry into the office.
Oh my god, he has all the cats. Oh, Ray, is that her name?
Who is this cattish counsel for the defense and women are forbidden to enter the courtroom?
Oh really? My friend Sasato-san is in the British courtroom all the time and doing a wonderful job. Oh, Sanaga. Perhaps I should have engaged the services of a regular legal team. Oh my god.
Mama, is it true that about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses?
Ah, yes, they are. The fish corpses, on the whole.
I'd like to hone my own filleting skills. You don't mind, do you, Mama?
Yes, I do. I'm not a corpse yet, am I?
No. And I'm glad.
What the fuck?
Here I am again in Great Britain on the invitation of my dear old university friend. He sent me a very nice letter saying he'd like to show me around now that everything was settled. Oh, what have I done? I was so excited I picked this splendid hotel and now I can't afford the bill. Oh, Barrick, come to my rescue again, please. I wish I could just vanish into thin air sometimes.
Oh, he invited him back. He needed a friend to show around. Oh. When I went to making the waxwork impression of the killer in the cemetery, I realized what had happened. But even in the witness stand of the highest court in the land, I could never speak of it. The Lord Chief Justice and I had struck a bargain, you see? For a faithful reproduction of the visage, there is nothing we Tuspels would not do. I just found out that this place was real, by the way. I was googling, I was looking at a map of London, and ironically, the Waxwork Museum was on the map, and I did not know it was real. I want to go there now. Everyone calls me gossip. I sell jolly little tidbits to passerbys, you know?
Hee hee, everyone calls me a Peppino, and I sell the spaghetti. It's with the red hair than my head.
Everyone, they call me non, I cannot do it. This is ridiculous.
Oh, Davy, how charming. You've made lots of new friends here, I see.
Yes, and when we're released, we're all going to strike it rich together. Yeah, Tussods, I actually, I was studying the map to see what was, in London and stuff. It was really cool to see all the real places. When I was accepted on the foreign study tour, I knew exactly what path I had to take, and however it might have ended, I knew that I wanted you there to see it. If I'd end up in the dock, there's no one I would have rather had defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my friend. Until then, I leave Karma in your care.
I've made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you shall be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you, after all. Your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Roll credits.
Oh, new picture! Oh, the picture! New background, desktop background. Got it, got the picture. I snatched that real fast. Desktop background, got it. Oh. Oh god.
Before you end stream, there's a video a short ways up I think you'd
I'm not
really
ending
love to
stream.
end up in the Discord's hashtag media channel. And on a silly show mess note with some cut content animation sealed out.
I'm watching the episodes after this.
I found you through the Persona 5 Akechi Hate to Love video and I've been lurking ever since. Love you and the content you make.
Aww.
You make these games such an experience.
Thank you for the 100 bits, I appreciate it. God, I don't want to say it, but I'm gonna say it. This might actually be my favorite game of all time. This was so good. That is a lot to say. This game just left such an impression on me.
Case closes as the League of Justice begins.
William Shakespeare. Oh my god, Natsume's back again. This game was so good. JD, thank you so much for gifting 5 subs to the community. I really appreciate it. I'm just sad it's over. I have no reason to be crying. I'm just sad that it's over. That was so good.
Congrats on beating the game. So glad you enjoyed it. The older Ace attorneys are good too, but sadly none of them has a figure like Sholmez. Even better, still would love to see the video reaction. Also hey everyone, don't forget, go to the Great Ace Attorney survey and review it. Give Capcom those numbers of polls to help them push for continuing this series.
Okay, I appreciate... I do appreciate it, but like stop pushing me to watch this video. I don't like the pressure. Please. I will get there. Please. Give me time. Oh my god, look at their dancing! Oh my god, look at it tapping! Ah! Oh, that's great. Oh my god. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Jubilees. I appreciate it. Oh, the slow clap. Oh, why you gotta come now?
I don't know.
I'm a mess.
Finished your game?
I did. You have to play it.
I have to play the game now? Really good game?
Really good.
Yeah? Oh.
Amazing stream, it's so much fun watching you play than watching and playing alongside you. It makes the game a real experience.
Thank you for the 100 bits, guys. I really appreciate it.
I will waiting for you play a game next to Ace Attorney Trilogy
I'm glad you like the game
other
so
game
much.
more but a few in 3DS I think 3 games.
Thank you.
What was your previous game that you like? It's the Tales of Symphonia.
Yeah.
Is that better than Tales of Symphonia?
Yes.
Oh, well, there you go.
It's funny, I've been, like, ever since I played P5R last year, though, I've been thinking, like, is this my new favorite game? I don't know, but I think the fact that I was questioning it was a no.
No?
It's a good game. Like, it's still definitely, like, an all-time favorite, but this game just left such a good impression.
I mean, you talk about it all the time.
Oh, yeah.
You have a thing for, detectives.
Wow.
With Akechi and...
You know what I like.
Yeah?
You know what I like. I just like smart people. Detectives are smart. I like intelligence. Oh, that's a cute background. I like that picture. I'll grab that one as a wallpaper too. I like smart people.
Maybe.
They're not always detectives. I value intelligence as a trait. People that actually think.
Yeah.
Yes, I've always been attracted to smart people. You're smart.
Smart?
Yeah, Dom's a smart one.
You're smart.
I don't know about that. After playing this game, I feel hella dumb.
Yeah, right.
I don't think I'm smart after playing this game.
You beat it. You outsmarted the game, as I can see.
Well, several game overs, yes.
That's fine.
Now I can actually look at everything. I was nervous to look at here for spoilers before, but
The payoff in these 2 games was nothing short of sublime.
oh, thank you for the 100 bits.
Ice cream day then?
Ice cream?
Is it ice cream day?
Are you letting me?
Like, what do you mean letting you? I never stop you.
I mean, you're inviting.
If I encourage you.
Yeah, are you encouraging me?
I don't know, you are so hyped for today. It's a big day with the game. Finish the game. Maybe. Is it ice cream time? Yeah.
You're saying I can have ice cream? But that's money.
Money.
I don't know, I'm trying to not spend so much.
Out of all things to spend on ice cream.
I feel like I've been spending a lot lately.
Yeah, but ice cream.
I know.
It's not expensive.
What's happening? Oh, there was a hype train. I didn't even know.
But all of those bits today, that's like ice cream bits.
No.
No?
They're not ice cream bits.
They're ice cream bits.
No. Oh, I see Sholmes. I see Sholmes.
The Phantom Thieves are super lame.
I want all of these. What is all this?
Ice cream bits.
Ice cream bits?
Yeah.
No, they're not ice cream bits. Thank you for the 500 bits, Drew. Please, I appreciate it.
Thank you for the 500 ice cream bits, Midge.
There's so many question marks that I didn't get. Something. Oh no. Oh no, I messed
Ice
up.
cream bits.
The Ace of Spades. Oh my god, that is not.
Nine ice cream bits.
Wait, Taylor. Oh wait, no, I didn't want to go back. Wait, what did you say?
9 bits.
Oh, thank you for the 100 bits. You went away from me.
Oh, that was in your way.
No. I never looked at costumes. Oh. Okay. Oh, that's a nice outfit. Oh shit. Oh, and he even has goggles. It's like Sholmes. Is that what that's supposed to be? It looks like it. Oh. It looks British. It's like a British outfit. Iris's homemade suit. Oh, it is. Oh my god, I'm not reading. I'm like in distress right now. Iris's homemade suit. Oh, that's so cool. Oh! Oh, that's so cute! Oh my god. That is adorable. I love that design. Sholmes's Japanese Jumble Mix. What the fuck? What the shit is that? I looked at some of these. I didn't look at all of them though.
What's that? You unlock new uniform?
No, I think it was always there. I just didn't look ever at this stuff because I was nervous about spoilers. Oh. So this is the art director. Let me show you character design. I started off with a stoic university student uniform befitting the period, but I didn't want it to be too generic, so I altered the cut of the back and the sleeves. Added some details to suit the Japan in the world of Great Ace Attorney. Oh, that's smart. Oh, that's very smart. The picture was drawn as a reference for Ryunosuke principal in court camera angle. He has his sword drawn because, well, I just wanted to see what it would look like.
So do I have to play the game so that I can make fan art of Sholmes for you? That could be cool. I'll have a Sholmes poster. I could put him next to Akechi. I could draw the vest. Yeah?
Mwah. I included the school cap and cape as they...
That's a yes. I think that's a yes.
Well, I included the school cap and cape as they lend an obvious period air, being so different to modern clothing. Ugh. Oh my god, what is with this hair? Oh my god.
Is concept art?
Yeah,
Oh,
concept art. Oh my god. Cesaro! Female student embodied the principles of Yamato Narashiko and a personification of the quintessential Japanese woman. Aww. Easily unavailable, huh?
I thought it was funny when I mentioned Phoenix Wright, and if he was in those like games that you were playing, and you were like, "Who's that? Who's Phoenix?"
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I know I've heard the name somewhere.
Yeah,
I've heard the name. I don't know what it
because
is.
I've never played the games, but to me, he was the face of the series. So I always thought you were gonna play Phoenix as Phoenix Wright, and you were like, "Who's that?"
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, who's that? I guess we'll find out one day.
I just know that I definitely have heard the name before, but I don't know where I've heard it.
Like he's the face of like the pointing thing.
But I thought that was Ryunosuke.
Is it? That would be weird to me. I've always seen just Phoenix Wright everywhere.
Oh.
His famous picture like this.
Oh, is he the pro tag of the other games? I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, probably. I mean, yeah.
Wait, oh.
And do they come before this game?
I don't know.
You don't know that?
I don't know. I just want to play the other game, but I have no idea.
In what order you've been playing them?
No.
That's random.
I just knew that this game was unrelated to the other games, so it didn't matter if I played this one first, as like my introduction.
I mean, spoilers. All I saw is the cover of these games.
Well, I know I've heard the name before. I just don't know. I didn't know what it was. I mean, if he's just the pro tag, I mean, it's whatever.
But yeah.
Protagonist is fine. I mean, of course it's been bugging me that I know the name, but I just don't know what it is. That's a cute shawl. I really like that. Oh, she almost looks like Kiki there.
They want to ban me.
No, you're fine. Dom's fine. Don't bully him. He's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Everybody knows Phoenix, right?
Refined young lady. Aww. Wait, what? Sorry, I'm like reading the things. Minor corrections are required. It's a constant dilemma. Oh, that's so cute. How she would appear alongside Ryanosuke. In the end, I think that the contrast in conduct and bearing between the two helps to establish her as a memorable female lead. Aww. Ah, Sholmes. Yes. Here we have the great detective, but how was I going to come up with a design to satisfy the requested unique take on the classic detective? She did such a good job. This artist. Kazuya Nuri, the art director. Oh, hell yeah. God, I'm a simp for this. The design is so good.
Do you prefer with or without the hat?
Both. I don't want to pick. I like Sholmes with the hat and I like him without the hat because he has nice hair, but the hat adds to like the dorkiness, like it adds to the look.
The little goggles.
Because it also goes with his jacket. So like with or without hat, it's equally as attractive. Like it's nice. I brought some steampunk elements. No, I didn't get the steampunkness from the goggles at all.
But then jacket versus vest.
Vest.
So for the fan art, I guess I have to go with the vest.
No, you don't have to. You can do whatever you want.
No, right now. Just taking notes. That's very hard.
Tried to create a stylish arrangement for period elements. Sholmes' personal crest combines the cogwheel motif and its consulting detective business, and it's a simple flower design of Iris's crest. Oh, okay. And it symbolizes the Industrial Revolution. Oh, there's actually a meaning behind that. Oh, that is so cute. And they even have like details on the like stuff. Oh, that's really cool. Like, look at how this shit works. Oh my god. He's a scientist, yeah. Well, should we say like scientist? Yeah. He's a scientist. No, he's a scientist. Preserve essential features of the great detective, such as the deerstalker and the pipe. Oh, that's what the shoes look like. Wait a second. Oh, those shoes. Oh, those look good. I want those. Look at how good those look. You can't see the shoes under the pants, but like, damn. Without the pants, like, those shoes look so good. This design is spectacular. I am mesmerized. The gun Sholmes makes use of his invention of percussion revolver that can actually be employed as a regular firearm. Oh my god. Wait, so it actually is a modified gun. Holy shit. It just says it's a modified gun. It can be used as a gun. Okay. Oh my god.
Just imagine you meeting someone with that sense of fashion and you're like, your design is spectacular.
Yeah?
In like real life.
I am like that with people. You know that I am. Like whenever we go out and I'm like looking at people and like the way they dress in fashion and stuff.
Yeah, but is their design spectacular?
Yeah, remember whenever we went on our Montreal trip? And we were crossing the street and I was like looking at the girl coming across and I was like, oh, that girl. Her design. She looked so good.
We need to work on my design. We need to go shopping.
Ooh! They put so much detail into this. Oh my god. This is amazing. When the goggles are turned on, the center eyepiece lights up and rotates. Lens attachment to a camera to complement a detective's investigations. Sadly, that couldn't be realized for Sholmes' in-game animations at this time. Oh no! We couldn't have the animation! Ah! The best. So the... Oh, I didn't realize that those were separate chains that he has. So around his belt, the chains that hold up his equipment, so to speak. And that's what the buckle on the leg is for, to keep it there. Oh, I love this. The design. Holy shit. Indoor attire, relaxing at home while it's all his detective paraphernalia. His hair is styled as wisps of smoke. That's the inspiration for the hair, to mimic smoke. Oh my god.
Hair is just coming out of the pipe.
It's a compliment for the pipe. Bro, that is genius. Usually, although the usual portrayal of Sholmes is a man with black hair, I wanted to give him a different color to provide some variety next to the hair of Ryunosuke and the other Japanese characters. I dig it! I dig it! That was genius! Oh, look at Ryunosuke back here. Ah! Ah! Oh my god! This is amazing! This is a sketch I did. The image of Sholmes in the midst of analyzing evidence played a crucial part in portraying this souped-up role in forensic investigation was to play in this game. Even though the general direction had been decided already. Oh! So this was the original vest. You can tell it's definitely changed from the original design. So this was old vest. This was 1.0 vest. It's still a good-looking vest, but definitely this one is way better. So this vest turned out to be immensely better than the 1.0 vest. This vest still looks good. But there's something about the shapes that I like, because this is very blocky, you know what I mean? These are squares, so the design is very blocky here, but like here, it's more like the rectangles here and then the diamonds on the front. It's a really good complement because the other symbols have like the belt buckle having like the flowery shape. It gives it more geometry. So I really like it. Oh, beautiful. Oh, it's supposed to portray a somewhat dark London. Sholmesness was too diluted, so the design was scrapped. Subsequently, are you going for real? You can hang out if you want. I like having you here. Chat likes Tom, right? If you want to say, you can. Okay. Okay, have fun working. Aww, chat, you're cute. Yeah, chat was saying bye, but you left. Without even saying bye. That's rude. No.
Chat.
Okay, there you go. Now you gotta say bye. Subsequently settled on the game's Sholmes as a man whose striking appearance is only diminished by the striking erroneous of the transcendent deductions. So this was him with black hair. Yeah, it definitely doesn't stand out. I like the steampunkness and I'm glad that they kept it, but he doesn't stand out here. I agree. I agree. Good direction. Iris! Number of eccentric elements in the world in a subtle and controlled way. First glance, her hair appears to be tied up in a cute style that combines elements and ribbons, but in fact her fringe follows a golden spiral. What appears to be ribbons from the front revealed from behind to be Mobius strip, a type of surface with interesting topological properties signifying Iris's infinite possibilities. Aww! Aww! That's so subtle and awesome! A number of secret mathematical curiosities have been deliberately hidden in this young child genius's innocent appearance. Silent but deadly, I like it. I decided to make use of a flowery plant motif in Aeris's character design. Long history that the use of herbs and plants aromas has in Britain, but also because the idea of blending herbal teas fits naturally with Sholmes' chemistry-based investigative techniques. The goggles, gun, and knapsack are a set that match Sholmes' accoutrements. And the goggles in particular were part of the initial design and always intended to not be a cute addition, but to lend a dubious air to Iris's appearance, to make people think that there's more to her than meets the eye. Definitely worked. Iris and Sholmes' inventions are, as a rule, far more advanced from the science and technology of the era in which the game is set. Oh, you can see the... Oh, I didn't notice that's where her charms were. It's on the knapsack. I never noticed that. It's super cute. Thermos flask. Developed one and make use of it in their everyday lives. Technologically advanced, so the appearance of their inventions follows the typical style of the era. Oops. Oh, the felt doll charms! A bear and a hare based on Iris and Sholmes. Oh! I gave a great deal of thought to their construction whilst trying to make them as fun as possible. They're a particular favorite of mine. You did good, you did good. Oh, wow. Iris had a hat for her out and about clothing. At this stage, her character hadn't been finalized, so I drew her other in the final game and with a more ladylike air. Okay. These sketches were done as I was exploring some elements of a magical girl to incorporate into Iris's character design as a way of giving her more punch. She has a brighter look. Oh, this is a cute design. This is the illustration I drew when Iris was almost complete. It contains all of the key elements that makes up her design, though her face is a little bit more mature than in the final cut. Yeah, I agree. I love the outfit, and I think it works really well, but yeah, the face looks too mature. Yeah, good call on that. Good call. Including some additional ladylike touches to produce the young Miss Wilson you all know from the game. Uh-oh, Kazuma time! Now for Kazuma Asagi! The basic theme was a classic young Japanese man. The constantly billowing Hachimaki headband is there to differentiate him from Ryunosuke, giving him a more confident and combative energy. The winds of change are blowing. Haha! I do love the boots. Oh, the boots do look fucking good, man. Visiting student of hopeful, the shifted cultural attitudes arising from the Meiji Restoration. The addition of the leather gaiters and the sword belt. Oh, I didn't actually look at that part. Influences from the Western world highlight the character's social awareness. I desperately wanted to draw Kazuma in the act of drawing his blade, so I included that in the key visual. With the exception of some dramatic finger pointing in court, there's little opportunity in the Ace Attorney series to draw pictures full of grand sweeping gestures like this, so I'm always looking for an excuse. Mood. I'm particularly pleased that I really could really go to town with a picture of Kazuma at this scale. Ooh! Oh god, no! Oh god, no. Those eyes just aren't doing it for me. Oh god, no, no, no. This looks awful. Oh, no, no, no. We were considering who should have glasses. Eventually, we settled on that being Satoru Hasanaga. Achi doesn't count. His design I was also working on at the time. Kazuma ended up with just his Hachimark headband instead for a wild competition for who would become the bespectacled one was fierce. With the combination of the headband and the glasses, Cosma took on a far too studious look, so although I was pleased to have explored the possibility, this was the drawing that convinced me that it wasn't the right approach. Totally agree. This is better. The eyes still don't do it for me. Cosma's design was almost finalized. I was hoping to draw both Ryunosuke and Cosma side by side wearing matching hats and cloaks, and that's a picture I'd like to draw one day. Aww. Since Cosma plays such an important role, I put a lot of energy into giving him a striking appearance. Oh, Vanzix is next! I really hope he makes a memorable impression on everyone who plays the game. Aww. Vanzix! This design. Mwah, mwah, mwah! Mwah! Ugh! This is in 2014, by the way. Holy shit, this was 7 years ago? Here we have the British prosecutor. Reaper of the Bailey demigod. Despite the God of Death theme suggested for the design, I decided to avoid taking that too literally, instead trying to produce a character whose bearing and presence conjured ideas of death and darkness. To that end, I took inspiration from vampires, werewolves, fallen angels, and the like, incorporating lots of dark elements into the man's design, bringing them all together by portraying him as a member of the aristocracy. Definitely see the vampire inspiration. I made his clothing extremely ostentatious, drawing on elements from a variety of traditional British ceremonial and military attire. I also had some extra ribcage-like detail around the midriff. Yes. And I fucking love it. Oh my god. Oh. I did some, okay, next. His saber is supposed to contrast directly with Ryunosuke's Japanese katana, bringing out the difference between the East and the West. Samurai versus the knight. As with Cosma's headband, I knew that realizing Vanzix's cloak in-game would be technically complex, but I also knew that it lent a lot of credence to his dark persona, so I was quite insistent about it. The end result was that the aristocratic prosecutor's flamboyance and Dracula-esque darkness are both instantly appreciable, and I'm very grateful to the staff for their determination in achieving that goal. So, they fully admit that this was supposed to be Dracula. Ergo, my accent I gave him throughout the entire game was 100% accurate. Glad to know. Oh my god! Oh, Jesus! These old sketches! Oh, honey, no! Oh, no, no, no. Oh, God. This development. Oh, God. My attempt at consolidating my ideas about the prosecutor's image. His look needed to be more than just piercing. It needed to portray a sad and tortured soul as well. This is a very early illustration I came up with and rejected a lot of ideas myself. I submitted only the one that resonated most with me to Mr. Takumi and was given the go-ahead to proceed. Huh? What the fuck? Ew, the hair. I do not like the hair. Among the main cast, this character underwent a unique development process. I didn't show anybody my designs for the prosecutor, including the drawings from this stage of the process. Oh my god. Who's blonde? The thing is, it looks so, raggy. I don't know, like, the hair doesn't speak aristocracy to me. Neither does... I mean, this is better, but it still looks messy. The way this hair lays, it just looks so majestic. So it definitely has a more majestic and refined look to it. But just I don't like the ragginess. The color I could vibe with, but like, it's just the style of it. Doesn't feel like it fits. Oh god, we even got like a Sephiroth hair look over here. Oh my god, oh my god! I like to consider lots of options in the early stages, so I produce a wide range of drawings at the start of the process. Even if I thought an idea might not be quite right, I put it to paper so I could home in on the perfect design. Oh my god. So we got black-haired Sephiroth here. He even has like long hair and everything. I do like this hair, but I don't feel like a ponytail is very fitting to Beric von Zieks. I do like this hair though. It does speak aristocracy to me, but it doesn't speak the brooding, like the color especially, like the brooding von Zieks. I don't know. Oh my! Oh, look at that, like a crow feather type of cape. I feel like that would have been a little bit too much if they would have kept up with that. That's like very dark. I think that would have been a little bit of an overkill on like the pushing the dark and death motif of Van Zieks. Oh my god. This is a proposal drawing I made just before settling on the final design. Personally, I was quite fond of this one. It has more of a pained expression than in the final version, and the cloak is modeled on a raven's plumage. Oh, a raven. Well, yeah, same thing. I've always enjoyed dark heroes, so I really like all the elements of Van Zieks' design and his overall appearance. This is definitely good. I actually don't mind this at all. Even the hair. The hair is good. I don't like the hat, though. God, that hat looks dorky as shit. Yeah, I actually really like this design. I like the design, but the cape is a bit too much. This picture includes all the main characters and was produced in the same vein as the artwork I came up with for Phoenix Wright. Oh, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. Oh, so she did the art of the other game that I know now what it is. So that's the... Okay, I'm assuming that's the pro tag. That's where I've heard that name before. God, I feel so stupid. To make it instantly obvious that this title is from the same series. Oh! I'd like to present some of the character design drawings for the less major characters that were created during the development process. Oh my god! Wait, this is not... I am not turning my attention from a suit. Wait. What is this suit jacket on Sholmes? Whoa. Oh, you can't hide from me. Oh, honey. Oh, now we move on to the contingent from the Empire of Japan. Zasada's father and a university professor, so I had to make sure his expression could be seen as both kindly and stern. Oh my god, this hair. So it's basically the same hair, but without the white added in? Like a younger, he looks younger. Oh, is that why it says 16 at the top, like him as a younger student? I've established a cherry blossom as the emblem of the Mikatoba family, and Eugen's pink airy overcoat clasp is modeled on the cherry tree in full bloom. Oh, oh, okay. Cute. Achi. This character's design crystallized in an instant. Oh my god, she knew exactly what she was doing with Achi. I verbally suggested the idea of a Chawang top knot to Mr. Takumi, and he immediately agreed. There was no debate about this character. I made some sketches of Achi with round glasses on, since they were the norm in Meiji Japan, but it was just too much of a departure from his descendants' usual look, so I reverted to the normal shape of glasses we're all familiar with. That's pretty funny. The judge. I decided to take a different direction with this judge as compared to previous judges. Accentuate the military atmosphere of the Japanese courtroom at the time. I forget what you call that. Tabard? No, that's not technically a tabard. Fashion, that's like old, I forget what they're called. That's a thing for like, I think it's the same term that priests use for the thing that they wear over their robes. I think it's, is it the same thing? I think it's called the same thing, I don't remember. Since he passes judgment on wrongdoers, I thought I'd take inspiration from the portrayal of a Buddhist god Enma. Then I added the beard and some flames into my design. Oh, I see. Oh, cool. Made his gavel golden and styled it on a traditional Uchide no Kozuchi magic hammer of Japanese legend. I've never heard of that. Oh, that's right, this guy from the very beginning, the coin man. He's a merchant, decided to base his name on Ibisu of one of the 7 gods of fortune and traditional Japanese god of prosperity. And oh my god, this is so good. For some reason, the idea of the Kurakuta being long and thin came up, so I switched to another of the gods as a more fitting source of inspiration. Wanted to have him constantly eating sticky mochi rice cakes, which would get caught in the throat, but it seemed a little too dangerous to portray, so with great self-restraint, I stopped myself. Is it called a frock? That's not ringing a bell for me. Wait, no, where are you guys getting frock from? No. That is definitely not what I'm referring to. Even in the olden days, like, no. LOL! Going for a stereotypical military man of the time in order to give players a clear sense of the era. He appears to be a regular, smartly turned out soldier, but on his back he harbors a great secret. After fleshing out the details of Tsukumi, the idea of Ido Nosa came kicking and screaming into the world. Oh, hence the baby. So it's like supposed to mirror that personality. So it'd be easy for young Ido to tug. Oh my god. Of course, the similarity of the father-son hairstyles is another detail not to be missed. Oh my god. This is so funny. Hosanaga! From the role he plays in the scenarios, I could sense this character has had potential for further involvement, so I gave him a more believable appearance than other witnesses in the game. His design is built on the idea of a young man with fragile good looks who wouldn't be out of place in even the most delicate of situations. The reason for the chick motif on the napkin he carries as a waiter was kind of a covert foreshadowing of Giselle's involvement, because the restaurant was originally going to specialize in serving game. Oh my god. Oh my god. They put a chick. I didn't even notice that. Oh my god. So the napkin was actually foreshadowing the breakdown of Giselle, Brett. What? Holy shit. Oh my god. This design is really good, though. The first Western character you encounter in the story starts to unfold in Japan. I decided to make her a somewhat bizarre fantasy-style gentlewoman who would leave a strong visual impression. It was a deliberate attempt to heighten expectations or trepidation about the overseas voyage soon to follow. The mask she wears was styled to pair with the eyes of the swan on her hat. I almost eliminated the chicks from Giselle's design on numerous occasions, but they made it through in the end. The chicks were great. I like that it even says ×5. ×5 chicks and ×1 black chick. She even noted down exactly how many chicks were to be laid as a result of this swan. Genius. This is beautiful. Her image was based on the idea of Russian fairy, and I implemented her as a beautiful, reticent young woman of fair complexion. Due to the nature of her story, I was constrained in terms of her clothing, but since there aren't many orthodox female characters in this game, I did try to bring out the telltale lines of a young lady, even through the layers of her designs. Yeah. The kitty! Oh. Our feline friend is obviously a Russian blue. Now we move on to the contingent from the British Empire. The judge of the Old Bailey. The Santa! I decided to make his English counterpart follow the more kindly appearance of this series' regular judge. In contrast to the jagged beard of the Japanese judge, this judge's beard is more fluffy in nature. The wig, by the way, isn't just a visual gag. That's actually what what judges of the day wore. That is very true. That's very common in general for the time. Wigs in general were a sign of aristocracy or a sign of higher class if you wore a wig. So it was very common at the time. I also researched the sort of clothing British judges would have worn in that period and used that to create a design that's unique to the game. Aww. Cool. Jurors, I was given instructions that the jurors didn't need any particular idiosyncrasies, but just in case, I thought I'd design some characters with a variety of unique traits, and as it was those designs that were picked. Cute. LOL. As a result, there were really little difference between the jurors and the witnesses, which meant I'd given myself a lot of extra work to do, but seeing court battles that include both jurors and witnesses justified all the effort. Natsume asked for Soseki to come across as someone with a very nervous disposition and erratic behavior, so I concluded that in his facial expressions would have been the key part of his design. Wagahai! Oh my god! Wagahai! I approached the design from the angle playing around with various different facial expressions. Even though he's based on a real person, the Soseki of this game has a unique appearance with some heavily exaggerated features. The emotion expressed by his eyes is a particularly important part of his design. I hadn't specifically been asked to include the cat, but I sketched a tricolor calico at Sosuke's feet and was delighted when Wagahai was picked up and used in the game. Aww! That is amazing. I love hearing stories like that so much. When the art director would, like, you know, a piece of the team like just input something and then the writers are just like, you know what? That's a good idea. Let me just like insert that. Sure. Like whenever there's like really good communication within the team, I love seeing it. I love seeing it. It's so good. Because the cat, they made the cat relevant for the 5th case in the peephole. They actually like completely made it relevant, which is fantastic. I really had to work hard on this pair since they're so intimately tied with the story. The guiding principle for their design was a sun and moon silhouette, along with the idea of a pufferfish for Joan. A pufferfish, sun, and moon. I like the burnt butt. Compared to the newlyweds of Constable and Mrs. Beat, with their passionate love for each other, the Garadebs are an older couple, and I wanted to show a different form of love in their relationship. That definitely came across. Rolly and Pat Beat. Oh my god. They are a pair of witnesses who appear together in this game, but I had a firm idea of how I wanted these two to interact from the outset, so I actually worked backwards from there. I designed them as a single unit, 2 people moving and acting as one. The scarf that goes around both of their necks is a good example of that. That is so cute. They were modeled on the idea of dolls, wooden marionettes or porcelain dolls, and are supposed to have a fantasy world image despite being virtually penniless to bring out their genuineness and their sweet personalities. That's really cute. Perfect. Gregson and Gina! I designed Gregson as a stereotypical Scotland Yard detective of the day. His collar turned up and the obligatory packet of fish and chips in his hand. You couldn't get any more stereotypical than that. And he's always stuffing them in his pockets, and I imagine his hands and the lining of his pockets are constantly covered in chip fat. LOL. Whenever I see him eating, my stomach starts to rumble. Gina Lestrade. Gina was the character who underwent the most changes as a result of story rewrites. Oh, really? Originally, she wasn't going to be a pickpocket at all. Consequently, I had to redesign her in the latter stages of the production process. Her outfit helps to portray her complete lack of money. And Mr. Takumi requested that I make her clothes not quite fit properly as well. Oh, I actually never noticed that. I was too busy looking at like the vest itself that I actually never looked at the sleeves. Oh, her shirt, her undershirt is extremely baggy. It's really way bigger than her size. That's true. Oh my god, I never picked up on that. Same with her pants. Cute. That's the reason why her shirt is too large for her, for example. From my perspective, I wanted to allow her feminine spark to shine through from beneath her boyish appearance. Aww. Male Stronghart. I was aiming for a character who had an immediately palpable presence, and whose bearing was overwhelmingly intimidating. That definitely worked. My initial designs were quite militaristic, but Mr. Takumi asked for Stronghart to have a intellectual image instead, which gave rise to his current look, which more reminiscent of a clergyman. His name, Vortex in Japanese, gave inspiration for the styling of his hair. There are also elements of unicorns woven subtly into his designs, since the unicorn features in the British Royal Coat of Arms. Right. I did pick up on that, but... Oh, so like Maelstrom, like Vortex, Maelstrom, Male Stronghart. I'm assuming it's like Maelstrom. That makes sense. So they use that as inspiration for like the winded hair kind of look. Cute. For example, in profile, the first strand of Stronghart's hair looks like a unicorn horn, as does the cane at his side. Oh! I didn't even notice he has that one. Oh. Ah! I also drew from elements of other creatures like the Black Panther to portray not only his intellectual prowess, but also his ferocity. For his clothing, I tried to bring in features found in prosecutors' outfits. Yeah, and I definitely see that part. And I love the frills. I gotta say, I really do love the frills underneath of the coat that poke out really well. Really good there on the making it look higher class. Frills! Eggert Benedict. Mr. Graydon? I forgot his first name. This character was designed to have the appearance of the quintessential English gentleman. I had a strong sense that I wanted to the appearance of the gentleman. I lost my place. I put a lot of effort into this design and was relieved when it was approved. His clothing is detailed with elements related to bricks and brick buildings. Oh, because of his dad. Wait, really? That would explain the lining of the vest. And the pockets, the lining. And the hat. It's laid out like bricks. You would think on like first glance it's like a checkerboard, but checkerboards are square, not rectangle. Bricks are rectangle shapes. Ah. Genius. Of course, he has numerous unusual flourishes and affectations to surprise players, so if any of you haven't seen them yet, do look out for them in the game. Ah. I'd like to give you more details about other characters as well, but I think we'll have to call it a day. I really enjoyed this brief opportunity to discuss the game's development. Thank you for taking the time to read my explanations, and I hope our paths cross again soon. That's so cute! Oh my god, this is so cute! Group pictures at the end of each game, I sought to avoid the same themes and motif in these pictures. So I didn't want to take away from the good vibes after finishing each title, so I gave it a lot of thought. In the end, I settled on using just Renosuke and Cosmo, as the two of them are the embodiment of great Ace Attorney. This illustration tells of the hope and ambition in their hearts just before they set sail for Great Britain, standing shoulder to shoulder. They're turned towards the same future at the start of the journey. Looking at this after experiencing the events of adventures, it's like going back in time, and it's sure to stir up all sorts of emotions. I drew a similar picture once for the Adventures art book, but as this piece was going to be used in the game, I made it more like a snapshot of something like something that might have happened in the story itself. Ah, this, yes. Oh, this is so good. Brothers of the Dawn. I turned to the iconic final scene at daybreak between Ryunosuke and Kazuma for inspiration in the symbolic illustration of their parting of ways. This image of the sun rising between their crossed swords was something I desperately wanted to include in the game, and it turned out to be a very emotionally powerful scene. It hints at their futures while showing the metaphorical dawning of a new age of law. Rushing off down their respective paths with conviction in their hearts, Ryunosuke and Kazuma dash away in opposite directions from the rising sun until the day their fates would cross once more. Whereas the two of them were facing the same direction in Brothers of Ambitious Dreams, Brothers of the Dawn presents a visual and thematic counterpart to complete the set. Aww. Spoiler alert. Well, we beat the game. Yeah, let's get the juicy bits. Let's go. Large number of big spoilers, both in my comments and the illustrations, so I very strongly recommend finishing the two main games. Portrayals for the original Reese of Resolve. It is Ryunosuke strikes a resolute let's do this pose with his chest out and his collar straight. Oh. Along with his armband, katana, university collar pin, and arm guard, I strove to capture everything unique to Ryunosuke. It's a roughly triangular shape with his stance. Iris's homemade suit. I often like to create costumes that speak to a character's backstory or personality over how visually striking they are, but they can leave the design feeling rather uninteresting after the first time seeing it. To avoid that pitfall, I remember wanting to make this outfit feel connected to the story somehow, whilst expanding on the world of the Great Ace Attorney. So I added a few things here and there to spark the inspiration and give you something new to find each time you play through the game with it on. One of these elements is little Shrunosuke, standing on his shoulder that Aris made. If you look very carefully, its head actually moves in tandem with Ryunosuke's. But perhaps it's a bit too subtle. The line and the cut of his suit were also designed to complement Prosecutor Asagi's, making them a fine pair in court. Yes, I can definitely see that. Sweet and spirited side instead of for resolve. This allowed me to strike a better balance between Susato and Ryunosuke visually when they were to be featured together side by side. Homemade dress. They were both created by Iris. As such, they share a number of design elements with Iris's new outdoor attire and Sholmes' regular clothes. I suppose you could say that they're Susato and Ryunosuke's uniforms for the Sholmes Consulting Detective Agency. That is so cute. In keeping with the period setting, Susato's usual look is a modest female, a student's attire, but I felt that it kept me from bringing out her full feminine charm, so I employed Iris's help to unlock it in this costume. That's so cute. Oh my god! Oh my god! What is this picture on the left? Wait a second. Oh my god, is he okay? Oh my god! Okay. Jesus. Huh. Herlock Sholmes. I thought to draw Sholmes facing forwards this time, in contrast to his publicity illustration for the first game, but as I drew, it struck me that the pose I'd chosen wasn't very Sholmes-like at all. What makes you think that? As I struggled to come up with something more befitting, I was tasked to create a teaser illustration in which Sholmes and Ryunosuke would stand shoulder to shoulder, at which point it became vital that I balance their look visually. It led to what I feel is Sholmes' most natural stance, the three-quarter pose, while he was wound up adjusting at almost the exact same angle, and I experienced a ton of deja vu as I drew. I swear it's a totally different picture. The insert illustration, the enlightened Sholmes on the left, captures the moment in which Sholmes hits upon his latest transcendental idea that transcends both time and space. Probably right as Iris was about to get some shut-eye too. Oh my god. The jumble mix. I wanted an excuse to draw Sholmes up in Japanese clothing since production of the first game, but after the second game came and went with no such opportunity either, I'd started to give up hope. Then when talk of alternate costumes arose, I swiftly jumped at the chance to turn my idea into a reality. Of the 3 new outfits, Sholmes is the one I had the clearest idea of from the get-go, so his was the first to be completed. I originally imagined that it would be something he could wear in Japan, so it was even more Japanese in design at first, but as it was meant to be a costume for Great Britain, I pulled back on it a little to bring it in line with the other 2. I also came up with the Japanese style outfits for Iris and Van Zieks actually, but all that was needed were the 3, so unfortunately those 2 other designs will never see the light of day. What? No! I want to see Van Zieks in Japanese style clothing so bad! No! Oh my god! That's a big F! Unlike Ryunosuke and Susato's outfits, which were made by Iris, Sholmes was made by himself. Also, the mask he wears is not a typical Kitsune fox mask, but a Wagahai cat mask. So I have noticed. That's a missed opportunity, man. I'm gonna send a very strongly worded letter. I'm on it. Don't worry, Jack. Don't worry, guys. I'm on it. The thing is, what we take away from that information is that they exist. These sketches exist, but they just never saw the light of day. Ergo, they exist somewhere in this world, and they should be published. We have to find them. We gotta storm Capcom HQ. Okay, no, we shouldn't do that. Don't actually. The shadow off the knapsack. I love the other costume so much. How she would look when paired with Sholmes in various promotional materials. Outdoor attire. I've actually designed this during the production of the first game, so I was thrilled to be able to bring it out again after I'd put it away for various reasons. The jacket she wears over her indoor clothes is based on a steampunk aviator's, to which I added elements that made her more resemble the little bear-shaped Lucky Charm she made of herself. So cute! Incorporating flowers and hearts into the design, I landed on the mildly Eastern motif for the decorations on her hat. And when she lowers her goggles, she looks just like her Lucky Charm. Cute. Oh, he looks like such a, this one down here. This has such like a tsundere vibe. Oh my god, the bats in the background. How much more Dracula can you get? Oh my god. I'd drawn 2 versions of Van Zieks, one with and one without the cloak, so that they might be used during the early and final days of the first game's promotion respectively to show him in 2 different lights. Unfortunately, only the cloaked one, where most of him was shrouded to show his Reaper of the Bailey facade, was ever used, so I made sure that his Resolve illustration would show both his Dark Demigod and aristocratic prosecutor signs. Good. Yes. I agree. Yes. I'd also hoped that we could create a new in-game character model based on this open-capped look in the second game, but sadly, it was not meant to be. There were a number of mysteries surrounding Van Zieks related to his past and the Reaper moniker at the end of the first game, so it was a great relief to finally resolve them in the second. Being able to draw him as he really is and show a different side of him from the Reaper was the greatest catharsis for me. Aww. God, this design. Ugh. Ugh. Oh god, there's a lot of points on this one. I I suggested the idea of giving Van Zieks a young male judicial assistant during the development of the first game, and whilst it was well received, he couldn't be included due to time restraints. I made the suggestion anew during the second game's development and was told it'll be hard to add a new character now, but let me see what I can do. I certainly didn't expect things to turn out the way they did. Wait, they didn't... You mean to tell me in the writing, they didn't plan for him to not be dead after case 2? That wasn't in the plan. They were just gonna let him die in case 2. They didn't plan that? What? That is some 5,000 IQ shit. What? They made this work so well. I don't understand. How did they make that work? That's genius. That is like actual literal genius. I'm mind boggled. Like whenever I think of games like this that are so well written from start to ending, like I have the picture that when the person wrote this game and wrote the story, you would think that they had the whole plot figured out from the first case to the 10th one. It seems like they knew all along what they were doing. But you mean to tell me that they just made it up on the fucking fly and it worked? What is happening? I can't believe this. I literally can't believe this. Originally, I proposed that this younger judicial assistant could act as a rival to Susato, and that he and Van Zieks would enjoy a close and heated dynamic. Instead, their cooler, more distant relationship worked out rather well, I think. Visually, he was to serve as a backdrop to his mentor, coupled with the need to create the biggest impact possible. When his true identity is finally revealed, very little besides his mask is visible in order to create an aura of mystery. Prosecutor Kazuma Asagi. From a narrative perspective, Kazuma represents the theme of confluence and contrast between East and West. As such, his prosecutor's outfit is based on Western clothing with Eastern flourishes. Another major task for me was how to change his appearance whilst keeping to the core elements of his design and overall form. For example, the swapping of Kazuma's university student uniform for a military-style dress uniform. I see, okay. Other examples include the replacement of his Eastern Hachimaki headband for a Western ascot tie and his Japanese katana for a European saber, and his eventual use of both swords at the same time. His main colors take inspiration from the Japanese flag and white snakes, which hold spiritual significance in Japanese folklore. Oh, that's why it's white and red. Oh, I was wondering about the choice of making it a white uniform. Oh. His family crest, which is based on real Genome Snake Eye crests and mask, are both snake-themed too. He's also predominantly in white to stand in contrast with Ryunosuke's black uniform. Yeah, I was completely sure that this was the way to go when I envisioned how his dramatic return would play out when he regained his memories. Okay, so they planned for him to come back, yes, but they did not plan for him to be the mass apprentice under Lord Van Zieks. But that honestly worked so well because, like, it's the irony. It's the irony that Stronghart places a Japanese apprentice under Lord Van Zieks that has so much representation, or not representation, so much meaning to Van Zieks' story. Like, the irony is just so high that it worked so well. Oh my god. Wow. So he was planned to be alive, just not planned to be the apprentice. Wow. A bright form emerging from under a dark cloak, like a beam of light chasing the haze and darkness away, and also as though he were shedding the dark varsity jacket of his past like a layer of old skin. Cool.
Like Van Zeek's, the details in Cosmo's design serve to convey the affluence for the prosecution, whilst in contrast, the relative simplicity and modernity of his outfit conveys a sense of progress. That is beautiful. Klint Van Zeek's. Oh! Oh my god, the leg. Oh my god, the leg.
Nice.
The leg runs in the family. Oh my god. I cannot believe this. They're stretching. Oh my god. Thank you, Sleepy Otaku, for the 500 bits. I appreciate it. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is amazing. Klint only appears in illustrations throughout the game, but as he is a key figure in the story, I approached his design as though he were a main character. I set about creating his design by retaining certain elements to create similarities between the brothers, whilst inserting new elements to contrast the differences between Barrick's yin and Klint's yang. As with Barrick's navy blue, Klint's red jacket is a reference to the traditional colors of uniforms of the Queen's Guard, and was just the thing to convey his positivity and brilliance. First introduced in Adventures, the crossed swords in the Van Zeek's family crest are actually also a representation of the two brothers, though as the emblem was used over many generations, I can't very well say it's only all about them. Using a pair of crossed swords as a belt buckle also hints at how they've become bound by honor and glory, which was holding them back in various ways. The badge on Klint's chest was always meant to serve as a memento of him for his little brother, which we were finally able to show in Resolve. Narratively, I was able to make one very influential contribution in relation to Klint. One day, I very boldly proposed to the director, Mr. Takumi, how about making Klint's hunting dog the Baskerville Hound? That wasn't planned either? At the time, Mr. Takumi himself hadn't quite hit upon how to solve the Baskerville problem yet, so he wasn't even sure if he was going to include it in the story. What? Therefore, I figured I had nothing to lose by suggesting it. What the fuck? I'm reading into a genius's journal right now. He was just gonna drop the whole Baskerville thing. What? Oh my god. This is insane. This is literally insane.
As Nakumi flying by the seat of his pants for 2 whole games.
I can't believe what I'm reading right now. I cannot believe what I'm reading. Aristocrats often went hunting with their dogs back then, so it seemed like a period-appropriate way to show Klint's social status and charismatic personality and connect him to the specifics in the case. I also suggested placing a certain vital piece of evidence in a very specific location. What am I reading? What am I reading? Oh my god! Hello? Oh my god! I can't. My mind is so fucking blown. Genshin Asagi. My goal with this design was to convey Genshin's standing as the head of the Asagi clan. a family of samurai warriors going back generations, and as Kazuma's father, he also shares a number of traits with his son. The first is a thin white strip of cloth he uses to tie his hair back, which flutters in the wind and the winds of change that blow around him. The second is the Western-style suit and boots that he dons. By virtue of his willingness to travel to Great Britain, I felt that he too must have been a progressive thinker. So I made his clothing resemble those of Kazuma, and of course he wears the greatsword Karuma by his side as well. In addition to these shared traits, I gave Genshin a slim yet athletic build to give the impression that he's very fit and light on his feet. Yeah, fitting of a samurai. Family crest, swords and snake eyes was the theme that was established for the Asagi family crest during the development of the first game, but seeing as they descended from samurai and that this was something I could use to hint at the darkness lurking in the depths of Kazuma's personality, I simply fell into this design as the most obvious choice. The fact that I could use it in a meaningful way in Resolve and that I could tie it into the apprentice's design is something I'll raise a toast to my past self for. Oh my god. This is insane. This is insane. This is insane. Oh, oh my god. No fucking way. This is amazing. Yujin Mikatoba. Mikatoba's surprising past is finally revealed in Resolve. Of course, all of his backstory had been set during the first game's development. Okay, that at least was fucking planned. Thank God. So everything I'm about to finally share I drew during my time on adventures. Mikatoba's Western style that appears in Resolve was actually designed in conjunction with his Japanese kimono. In fact, the color of his suit is more or less what decided the color of his Hakama trousers for me. Therefore, the real focus of his design was not on his relation to Sasato as her father, but rather on his relation to Sholmes as the great detective's legendary partner, Dr. Wilson. On the surface, he's a very serious-looking man with a soft, amiable charm. Young Mikatoba was designed to pair well with Sholmes and seem more full of vim and vigor than his older self, wrapped in an aura of style and gentle kindness. Young Mikatoba is one of my favorite designs, and whilst I couldn't show him off visually in the game itself, I'm glad I'm able to share him here with you. Aww, so this is one of her favorite designs, is young Mikatoba over here. We gotta admire what the artist wants you to admire. He wants you to look at this, you look at that. I will. The legendary pair. Here we have Sholmes and his partner in their youth. In my mind, young Sholmes was much rougher around the edges than he is now. Though I suppose everyone goes through that at some point in their life, right? And I like to think that it's thanks to living with Iris that his rough edges have been sanded down quite a bit now. Because it's the people and life experiences we hold dearest that change us the most. Oh my god. Oh my god. The Mikatoba Step. The splashiest secret of Resolve dubbed the Mikatoba Step by the development team. I proposed this as a way to give Mikatoba a unique yet complementary animation to Sholmes' grand flourishes and gestures during their dance of deduction, without completely deviating from his usual gentlemanly ways. Okay. After all, a true partner is one with the confidence to bring their own unique talents to the fight. That's hot. All right, let's go. This is amazing. Sorry. Oh, this was so good. Since women aren't allowed in the Japanese courtrooms of our game, it quickly became a question of how to present Sasato as a man.
Design-wise, there were two options: a look so unique that neither the player nor the other characters would know who she was, or one where the player would soon figure it out, but in-game characters would remain oblivious. First idea would have made things very difficult, since there were no qualms about using the second. I was able to finalize a masculine look for Susato without any fuss. On top of technical limitations, not being able to cut her hair considering what was to happen in the story about after the first episode left design options very limited anyway, so the second choice was the only realistic one that we ever really had. I worked in a number of things, such as making the jacket just a little bit too big and the sleeves just a little too long to keep her design soft, and cement the girl disguised as boy look without overselling it. Ray! Ray actually didn't exist at all in the first draft of the story. The only new character slated to appear in episode 1 was Meta Memo, and the defendant was Mikatoba, whose defense was to be handled by Susato. A series of thoughts struck me when I read the draft. First, I wasn't sure if it was such a good idea to have Mikatoba be the defendant and also have him standing next to his own daughter, giving her advice on how best to represent his case. Second, a whole episode featuring nothing but a bunch of old men would make for a very dull color palette. Sure, Susato was there, but she's dressed as a man too. Compared to the vibrancy of adventures, it just felt lacking, I thought. So along with that feedback, I sent in my wish for a female student character to be added who could be either Susato's best friend or a younger schoolmate who absolutely adores her. This wasn't just for the sake of visuals, but also to create a parallel structure between Susato and Ryunosuke and the legal situation they find themselves in with their respective best friends. I believe that this would serve to build anticipation in players as they came to see the similarities from the first episode of Adventures and show yet another side of Susato, adding depth to her character. Hosanaka. The turtle. Yes. Knowing from the outset that Jigoku would play a different role in Resolve, I followed elements of the Buddhist god of hell and judgment, great King Enma, into his design. I also designed his suit at around the same time. The shape of his hat is reminiscent of the judge's hat he wears at the Supreme Court in Japan, and his unusually hulking build for a Japanese man is thanks to his love of martial arts, such as judo and karate. The buttons on his suit also reflect Japanese Buddhist imagery, such as family crests in the shape of Dharma wheels, and other 8-spoked crests, and in general, whilst his beard is shaped like licks of flames, representing hell. Interesting. Nice. Oops. The lines of his suit are meant to invoke the look of a clergyman, similar to Stronghart. In the world of Great Ace Attorney, the judge's ruling is not unlike the word of God, after all. Hosonaga! When Mr. Takumi was looking for ideas on where to set the Japanese episode at the start of the second game development, I suggested the seaside or a sea bathing area. It was clearly not a setting we were going to be able to use in the British episodes, and considering when the game was to be released, the original release was in the summer, it seemed like a great match. I also thought it would be easier to generate excitement at a glance if we could show some favorites returning in bathing attire from that era. The first swimming costume that I completed was for Hosonaga. Takumi asked that I place something on the inspector's head that he might have something sticking out above the water during his submarine stakeout. After some brainstorming, I hit upon the idea of a turtle figurine with a cute little head that would wobble to and fro that I especially enjoy. Thanks to all that sun during his seaside stakeout, Hosonaga also looks like a little healthier with his new tan. There are, however, a few spots where his tan line is visible on closer inspection, like the area around the stripes of his Zuri straw sandals, and the hems of his swimming costume around his neck and his arms. For comparison, I provided an illustration of his usual pale self on the bottom right. Ah, I see. Tan Hosonaga and pale Hosonaga. Fuck, my water's gone. Achi. After his precious top knot was given the chop in the first game, the Achi of the second is a man who's finally begun his own cultural revolution. So I was given the task of revolutionizing his hairline design. I settled on the look of a fallen samurai on Buddhist monk with only the small tuft he'd carefully nurtured being the new addition. Sosuke Natsume. Sosuke was in a suit for his appearance in the first game, but now he was not only back in Japan, but a literary sensation. So as befits an author of that era, I traded his suit jacket for a Haori jacket. That was a really good choice. I did notice that. I drew him once in a full kimono as well, but it was simply too Japanese and visually uninteresting. Plus, it took away from the sharp, frenetic gesticulations our Sosuke is known for, so I left the clothes under the Haori Western. The other reason is that Sosuke still has much to achieve as a writer, so this was a way to show his transition towards greatness. He's covered in kittens in this illustration because you can't help but think cats when you hear Sosuke. But actually, this is also related to one way I thought we might make Sosuke's animations more amusing and cheery. I thought it would enhance even the previous game's animation to have these 3 clingy kittens cling on even harder as they are swung about by Sosuke's wild gesticulations whilst they cry meow meow meow. But due to time constraints, we were only able to bring a little of that to life in the credits. Speaking of which, when we settle on the seaside setting, I did consider putting Sosuke in just a Funoshi loincloth, but that didn't go anywhere. Manamemo! As a young journalist, I imagined he'd be out in the sun a lot, chasing after leads, so I started by giving him a tan and a lean fit figure, and the look of someone who's ready to do anything to get that story. The newspaper he works for was originally going to be called Taito Shimbun, the Imperial Capital Times, but it just didn't seem right to have such a respectable sounding publication print gossip hearsay. So from his very themed name, Mame Memo in Japanese, which means unhusked bean, I suggested that he work for a small agency called Daikoku Shimbun 5 Grains News. From Daikokuten, who is the god of the 5 grains. The bales of rice and rice stalks on his armband are a reflection of that. Oh my god, what the fuck? That's insane. That is literally insane. Wow. William Shakespeare! The jumping off point of Shakespeare's design was one simple word: Shakespeare. He looks glamorous at first, but the closer you look, the more pretentious his stage sets, this strange stage costume seems. It certainly feels like a period costume, but it soon becomes apparent just how out of place it is. Even in Victoria times, the thin veneer of the flashy clothes seemed to suggest wealth, but he's actually as poor as they come. I knew from the beginning that I wanted those gaudy, oversized gems to come flying off during his final breakdown, so I liberally applied them all over his costume. Lol. I knew from the beginning that I wanted those gaudy, along the bottom of the jacket, I had attached a number of bells so that he'd make a jingling sound whenever he moved. My intention was to make him seem annoying and shallow, but when we actually added the sound effect to bring my vision to life, we found that it was simply too much, so we ultimately left them out. Meter Man and Lady Queen Bee Altamont, from the description of his job going door to door to collect gas company's money, I imagine Meter Man as a worker bee. And a worker bee's job is to bring the money he collects back to the queen, so that's how the wife of the owner of Altamont Gas, Lady Altamont, came to be modeled after a queen bee. I also chose to design them as a pair so I could set them apart from the other boldly colored, unique dressed characters in this game, to create a sort of bee-themed uniform for the gas company. Altamont's umbrella is obviously her stinger. Other elements include her waist sash, a Meter Man's scarf, which were drawn to look like wings. His head is in profile also somewhat resembles the shape of a bee in flight. Oh. Oh my god. Are you fucking for real? That's an... Bruh. Gina Lestrade. When I first drew up her design, she was said to be a detective, yet she appeared in adventures as a pickpocket. So really, Gina returning in this way was like her rising up into what she was always meant to be. Aww, Toby!
So really, Gina returning in this way was like her rising up into what she was always meant to be. For Resolve, I brought back a portion of my original Inspector Lestrade design, whilst adding in bits of Gina's personality based on what had happened to her in the story so far. My main goal was to bring out more of her feminine side by giving her a cleaner and more stylish appearance. I also gave her a trench coat to make her more detective-like and bring her closer visually to her mentor, Gregson. Gina's horseback riding boots are a holdover from when I'd imagined her a member of London's mounted police. I thought that perhaps that she and Van Zieks could make an entrance together on horseback. What? The distinctive buttons on her hat are from the hat that she used to wear as a pickpocket. Competitive as always, Gina's fashioned them into something resembling the goggles Sholmes and Iris wears, if in form only, on her new hat. Oh my god, this is insane. Toby! Now to the Hellhound. Chief Inspector Toby. Gina was always supposed to have a faithful canine companion, so when she was returned in Resolve, I pushed extra hard for her to finally have a dog this time around. And since there's already a detecting dog named Toby in the original canon, it was quickly approved. But when I looked into the Toby of the stories, I found that he wasn't as cute as I'd hoped. So I searched for an English breed that would pair well visually with Gina and made him a small, sweet puppy instead. Yo, Pog, I stand that. Since he is a proper police dog, he is a proper police dog, so I gave him a tiny set of very sharp eyebrows. For the color of his fur, I wanted to give him the look and feel of a soft toy bear. Regarding the scarf around his neck, Gina's coat lining and scarf feature a traditionally British plaid design, so I thought to link the two of them together with it as though they were cut from the same cloth. I noticed that. That's cute. Albert Harebrain. When I first set out to design him during the first game's development, he was to be a brilliant teen scientist. So I gave him wild and unruly hair like Einstein's and glasses to make it easy to identify his personality. But Harebrain's backstory was expanded upon in Resolve, and with him now being Van Zieks' best friend of similar age, I had to rebalance his more outlandish animations and expressions to better fit the tone of their relationship. From the beginning, Harebrain was a bright and sunny character, and his huge range of expressions and boundless energy were crucial aspects of his personality, so I would jot down various faces and animations as I designed them. Odie Asman. On the surface, he's meant to look like another nice rich man, yet there's something clearly suspicious about him as well. He doesn't appear in the game for long, but as he was in the few real-time cutscenes because he's the machine's financer, we had to make a full-body 3D model of him. So I had made sure to design him completely from head to toe, even though he mostly only shows up in illustrations. My favorite bit about him is his slightly annoyed and bored expression. As you can tell, I made Asman look as affluent as possible since his name in Japanese as the time was Richie Nand, a pun on why he's rich. Oh my god. But he was changed at the last second to Aradia Meningen, a pun on the great useless man. Oh my god. Had he always been, had he always been Aradia Meningen, I think his design would have turned out very different indeed, which made me realize yet again just how important a character's name is to their design. Yay! Oh, Enoch Drebber I think has my favorite design. I love it. Enoch Drebber. Story-wise, I was told he's an engineer with a black monocle whose hair color changes from black to white. So to make the transformation extra obvious, I turned the clear lens of his monocle black too, and loosened his neatly tied black hair into a messy sheet of white to clearly delineate his past self from his present. Him being an engineer gave me a chance to include some steampunk elements, and I wasn't about to miss it. The result is the mechanical gauntlet that doubles as a tool set. I love that she just like jumped on it. Clearly this artist is like obsessed with steampunk, which I mean most artists are when it comes to fashion. It's a very fascinating fashion era. Like it's so fucking good. So I don't blame them for being like, oh, I have an excuse to put steampunk in the design. Go! Yes, and he was like on it. He knew that he was gonna add that fucking glove on Enoch Drebber. It worked so well. Dude, if I had every excuse to add steampunk in design, I would so do it. Like, oh, it's so good. It's so unique.
doubles as a tool set on his left hand. The belts and the plus and the minus buttons on his jacket are evocative of electrical cables and electrodes. I posited that we make Drebber's animations stiff and robotic, as if he became this way as a result of that traumatic night. After all, you have to wonder just how frightened he must have been for even his hair to turn completely white. It gives him something of a dark yet somehow likable feel. Tuspells! Originally, Tuspel's name was simply Madam, and she was an elderly lady who was exceptional at her craft. But given the ratio of male to female characters, along with their ages and order of appearance throughout the game, I asked that she be aged down to a young lady instead. For story purposes, Tuspells needed to wear a cape or something similar around her shoulders so that she could hide an arm underneath. But she also needed to carry a spag or a satchel. And because she was going to be featured in close detail during the Dance of Deduction, I really wanted to make her design as striking and memorable as possible. As the proprietress of an eerie waxworks museum, Tuspells operates under the outrageous idea that she should create molds of her subjects from their very real bodies in order to make her soulless wax figures look alive. This conjured up images of black magic and alchemy, which led to me making her a witch. It might seem a little anachronistic, but I felt as though that the peculiar and mild disconnect would work well within a waxwork museum. I agree. Plus, only in the world of the Great Ace Attorney could I get away with expanding on the visual palette in this way, so I decided to go for it and give her a completely witch-like appearance. Completely agree. All good. I love Enoch's design so much. I really like this design. The contrast is so good. It's good. It's really good. Dr. Courtney Sith, as a key figure in the story due to her standing as Scotland Yard's chief coroner, I treated her design as equal to that of a main character. I took extra care to balance her design with those of Stronghart, Van Zeeks, and other prosecutorial figures, given their relationships to one another and the mood during each of their encounters. I approached her design from the angle of men's attire, as I thought that she would have been the exception to the rule back in the Victorian era, working in a very male-dominated field. To that base, I layered on a snake's motif, since snakes were a symbol of medicine at the time. Yeah. Wait, yeah. Oh my god, I'm a dumbass. I should have put that together. Me, who wears this alchemy necklace literally every day of my life. Yes, snakes are a symbol of alchemy and medicine. Oh my god. I'm a dumbass. I really should have caught on to that. Her syringes are her fangs, and they lend her this cool and intimidating aura like that of a venomous snake. Yeah. Oh, good shit. The long, tightly curled pieces of her hair and the movable metal rods they're coiled around are also fashioned after snake fangs. Oh, that's why her hair has those two spikes? Oh my god. Structurally, the rods are all attached to the piece at the top of her head. The badge on her chest has a hearts and cross motif and was designed around the word Chief Coroner. As she is also the head of the forensic investigation team, I gave her a lot of sharp, straight lines, evocative of Art Deco design to make her feel more modern. Yeah. Also the belt. Underneath of that vest, where it adds to the lines, really good. Really good. Oof. Maria Gori. Gori is Sid's daughter and a coroner in her own right. From the initial draft of the story, I gathered that Gori was to be an eccentric young lady who loves to dissect things, so I tried to make her design unlike anything else in the game. The key is the imbalance between her cute girly side and her dark side. While she shares a few common traits with her mother, she expresses her regular young girl side with her butterfly-themed custom white coat and fancy ribbons. Her mask is a steampunk version of a plague mask, which I use to convey a sense of past and the unique look of this game's world. Also, I did pick up on the mask, but dang. God, these designs are so good! Duh!
Balthazar Lune, because he's the impresario of sightseeing balloons at the Great Exhibition. I gave him a festive look that would fit right in with the carnival look atmosphere, incorporated his balloons into his clothing. I knew that he would appear alongside Gotts in the game, so I added his design toy balloons. Oh, okay. And in the colors of his flying balloons, and gave him and Gotts a combined animation where he would hand one over to the boy. Bohemian boy Gotts. Gotts is a child of Bohemian royal family who came incognito to London to see the Great Exhibition. Mr. Takumi told me that there would be a masked king of Bohemia who appeared in the original canon, and that he wanted Gotts to be in homage to that character. For reference, he showed me an illustration for the short story of the dubious-looking man with a large, thick mask on his face, and asked that I also incorporate that mask into my design. Sorry. Lots of reading, but it's okay, I'm good. Gotts' royal family priority was to make it easy to tell that he's a member of the nobility. From a single glance. To that, I added elements from the man and the illustration to complete the homage. Finally, depending on how you look at him, I wanted there to be a sense that he had been dressed in that outfit like the privileged and entitled little boy he is. When creating his character model, we paid particular attention to the nuances of his facial structure and the translucent quality of his skin and cheeks that are typical of European children. It was also important to make the lines of his facial profile and shirt cuffs feel elegant and refined. Fabien de Rousseau and Peppino de Rossi. These two are the ringleaders of the Red-Headed League, so first and foremost was making their red hair as conspicuous as possible. From there, I created the color schemes based on the flags of the represented countries of origin, France and Italy. Oh, that's why the color scheme is white, green, and red. And white, blue, and red. Oh, I like it. Being from aristocratic families, I gave them beautifully matched outfits with slight variations to show their differences. I especially like Peppino and his assorted expressions and animations. The pasta he slurps was inspired by Italy, and his red hair— wait, the pasta he slurps was inspired by Italy? What? What? That's crazy. I would have never guessed. That's insane. The Shoryuken is there simply because we can. I love that explanation. We put it there because yes. Q-Boon, according to Mr. Takumi, there's a story called The Man with the Twisted Lip in the canon. As Gossip's design was to pay homage to it, I sensed great potential to the idea of the man who twisted his lip, as it were. Gossip acts as part of a buffoon in the story, so I made his overall design reminiscent of circus clown. Venus. I was told that she was a match seller, so I created a no-frills design to her. Sandwich. He was originally going to be a completely new character, but due to circumstances, I suggested that we merge him with Beppo from the Adventures. Oh. Did they just not have time to make new character models? In general, it seems like time was very rushed. So they couldn't— that's the third time they've mentioned they just can't introduce new characters, which, I mean, not a bad idea, but just interesting for them to be noting that consistently. I figured this could be his new job after he'd lost his old one over the omnibus incident, and so mixing elements of what was to be a new character with his old self, Beppo was reborn, sort of. Oh, budget was too low. Oh, man. Yo, everybody in this chat, do me a favor, buy this game if you can afford it. If you haven't bought it already, buy it. Give them money. I demand it. Buy it now. Give them money for the next game that they make and give them a bigger budget. All right? You know what? I'll even buy it again. I have this on the Switch. Is this shit on PC? I'll buy it on PC. I'll buy it again. Okay? I want to give them my money. They're gonna fucking take my money and they're gonna put that budget toward the next game, okay? I'll buy it twice! I am that addicted to this game. I'll buy it twice! Let's fucking go! I figured this could be his new job after he lost his old one over the omnibus incident. Okay, so Beppo was reborn. Okay, Daily and Evie Vigil. When I read the first draft of the story, I felt a strange sense of realism and charm in their marriage and the distance between them, so I was a bit more restrained in how I expressed their personalities visually.
Evie's pure love for her husband is evident in the way that she genuinely worries about his disappearance, and the actions she takes against him. Takes to find him. And knowing how much his wife loves him, Daly strives to keep her happy and by hiding the ugly truth from her whilst leading a double life, until the very facts of his life and themselves go into hiding within him. Daly looks tired all the time, but his eyes are full of warmth when he looks at Evie, though that's this sense of sadness and sorrow I wanted to convey in his facial expressions. On the other hand, Evie's design shows how completely open she is and radiates a perpetually bright and happy aura like the sun. Aww, I do like that. Barry Caden. From just the sound of his job title of prison governor, a tall, stocky figure came to mind. From there, I built a few elements of dandyism into his design, taking him far away from the austere tastes of the stereotypical British gentleman. Other aspects of his look are based on a prison motif, and the vertical stripes reminiscent of jail cell bars on both Caden and Vigil's waistcoats may be a point of pride for those in the prison service, I suppose. Caden also likes to talk with his back to people, so I really narrowed his waistline for a tight, sharp silhouette from behind and gave him rock-hard thighs and calves. Oh, hell yeah. There's a little bit of backstory to Caden that we didn't get to explore in the game, but as the prison's governor, he isn't well liked by the inmate population. One day, Caden was attacked in his office by a few escapees. Ooh! We getting some backstory! Spice! That's when he got that scar on the back of his head. And ever since then, he's had that axe and rifle and a ton of handcuffs at the ready in his office for self-defense. He also carries a small axe in a holster by his side for that reason. We wanted to give him an animation using that smaller axe, but the fact that he has it on him at all is a quiet testament to the life he lived. It's a vivid reminder that even when it's not depicted in the game, these characters have lived entire lives of their own. Chicken Stroganoff. Chicken is Biff's little twin brother, so I hope you'll have fun looking for the similarities between their designs. To bring out a sense of individuality, I used a little lick of the hair in front of him to suggest that maybe he might be slightly more naive than his older twin. I also made chicken colors different from Biff's at the same time, changed the coloring of certain sister ship to match. Oh, to match the grooves. Making it a bit more chick for its role as the stage of its most spectacular show. This stuck out to me. Look at that. Look at that bottom right. Look at this expression. Oh, damn. That's good. That's good. Nice. Ah. I see. Okay, cool. Taking his rightful place in the story, the Lord Chief's justice return and resolve meant that I could finally draw him fully as I envisioned in my first designs. Pulling those in his circle of influence under one by one, he is the embodiment of his name, the heart of the Maelstrom. His role in the story is also the reason why his other motif is the unicorn, a highly intelligent creature that shares the royal coat of arms of the United Kingdom with a lion whilst possessing a deadly strength of its own. Stronghart's usual cane is replaced in Resolve with a new unicorn hammer that makes a loud and unique clang sound when used in court. It symbolizes the Lord Chief Justice himself in the final chapter of the story and adds a certain color to the last trial of the Great Ace Attorney. Descent and Breakdown. As the story unfolds, the tidy vortex in Stronghart's hair starts to spiral out of control until the little unicorn horn in it moves so out of place that the overall shape of his hair transforms into a raging inferno. Yes! As a reflection of his anger, his usually cool and intellectual demeanor also morphs into one of terrifying ferocity. Then, during and after his breakdown, I wanted to capture him going out in enormous blaze with nothing left to burn. I really like that poetry. Give me one moment. Give me a moment, chat. I'm gonna quickly, very, very get myself some food. I'm starving, but I don't want to stop. I want to keep going through this. Okay. Okay, it's a rather flashy breakdown, but one well suited to the end of his story, I think. I hope you'll take a look at the sequence again with my remarks in mind. That is really, really, really cool. I really admire that. Iris's Lucky Charms. Oh, the Gina one! Oh my god! Oh my god, look at the Shams and Van Zeeks. Oh my god! They're like, oh my god, they're so cute. Oh my god. I can't. Oh my god. Yes. From the popular pairing of rabbit and bear characters in Japan, I had designed a set of handmade charms called Hairly and Barris for Iris to carry around her knapsack. And there they hung during all of adventures, waiting for their chance to shine until finally in Resolve their day had come. Their inclusion in the story was just one of the requests I had made of Mr. Takumi before we started work on Resolve. Besides Sholmes and Iris, I also created figures for the other main characters. I approached the designs with Iris's point of view, and it seems as though that she rather thinks of Ryunosuke as a bit of a mousy. Ha ha ha! As for herself, it appears that whilst she's all pink and oh so cute on the outside, she fancies she's a real bear on the inside. Ha! That's so cute! In a bonus episode, I offered up the idea of including a Van Zeeks version, which produced Meow Zeeks. And the latest addition to the cast is Head Gina, who was used on some merchandise. Oh my god, Hedgehog Gina. Oh my god. I feel blessed that I was able to create a Lucky Charm design for each of the main characters: Hairly, Barris, Shrunosuke, Lapsado, Clausima, the Mask Apprentice, Meow Zeeks, and Head Gina. Oh my god. Yura Chara mascots. I initially doodled Ryunosuke as a bit of a fun during break from work. So here instead are my proper drawings from when we officially turned them into little piggy banks and giant stuffed toys. The retro chubby baby look is a throwback to a popular style of Japanese piggy banks from the late 20th century. So far, there have been piggy banks of Ryunosuke, Yarama, Yolmes, and Yuru Zeeks. But what of the ladies, you may ask? I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Oh my god. I worked to capture the themes and atmosphere and a general sense of the world and self in one illustration that embodies the whole of the first game with this piece. It's split roughly into two sections with images of Britain dominating the upper half, whilst Japan takes the lead in the lower. From the fully drawn blade, a great wave arises, lifting sakura petals up into the English roses above. Ah, God. So beautiful. In this way, I've created a natural line for the eyes to follow that also conveys a trajectory of the story as it starts in Japan and shifts to Britain. Ah! Ah, you're right! Ah, it's so good. Ryunosuke's face hints at his iron will hidden deep within, whilst Susato shows a slight unease. Their expressions suggest how the story of their adventures overseas ultimately comes to a close. The Great Ace Attorney 2 key visual. Adventures was the first title in the Ace Attorney series to diverge so greatly from the mainline games in its setting that the key visual for it focused heavily on conveying the period, locales, and the general atmosphere of the world itself. However, with Resolve, it was time to move away from the setting, so the composition of this visual works to emphasize the dramatic tale that binds these characters to one another. Oh, that's why Gina is positioned in front of Gregson and Toby down there. And then you have Mikatoba with Iris and Sholmes and Natsume. and then Van Zeek's with his brother and Asagi, Genshin, and then Judge. Oh, it's the 3 friends. Oh, that's so cool. Rinosuke stands at the center with a look of strong resolve in his eyes, while Susato stands next to him with a wrap draped around her shoulders. It's as though that even though they were forced apart, fate has brought them back together. The top center represents a different time and shimmers with a golden light of a bygone era. From there, the light quickly fades into the dark shapes of twilight, and the mood shifts along with the colors to reflect the relationships between and destinies of each character present. Cherry blossoms, which are often used as a symbol of Japan, swirl around them like an embrace or a strong gust of wind. The ephemeral nature of sakura is layered atop a metaphor that the petals that had fallen to the ground in adventures will be swept up into the air again and resolved by this gust of wind. All in all, I've painted a lot of meaning into this illustration, from each character's placement to the overall composition and colors, for you to discover once you've finished the game. So who knows? Perhaps you might even find something new. Oh, I love this. It's so good. I'm dying. I'm melting. This is so good.
Crystal, almost a year. I'm so sorry I missed so many streams these days.
Thank you for the 11 months. Never worry about it, fam. I appreciate it. I aim to distill the essence of both Adventures and Resolve and blend them into a single piece that shows both the world and the story of Great Ace Attorney with this. Additionally, now that both halves of the tale had been told, and with the passage of time, I was also able to draw characters as I truly see them in this moment. As with my other key visuals, I put all my heart into capturing a lot of different things into this one composite picture. A single illustration that evokes the game's world and story whilst bringing out the charm of each character. Because were I to draw each element separately, I should think I'd need something akin to a long picture scroll just to link them all together. And really, at the end of the day, I simply wanted to draw a beautiful picture. I sincerely hope that these key visuals can serve as your motivation to keep on playing, and maybe even as the key to unlocking some fond memories of the game once you're through. Oh. In closing, I'm personally fascinated with designs and illustrations where I can catch little glimpses of thinking behind its form and details. So it's been an absolute joy for me to share even a sliver of my thought process here with you. Thank you so much for reading to the very end. Art director and character designer Kazuya Nuri. That was so good. Oh, that was so good. Oh, are these like old references? Special trial. Is this like the old Ace Attorney that I don't know yet? Probably should stay away from that. Wait, the Great Trial. Wait, what is this? Can I watch this? Special trailer. The Great Special Trailer. I just want to make sure it doesn't references the other games too much. Oh, the little plushies are sitting in the audience. Oh. You ready to watch a movie, chat?
Hi!
Hi!
あなたの証言は決定的に矛盾している。そしてそう、むしろ致命的に矛盾しているのです。
I love the voice acting.
何をなさっているのですか？なるほど様。
ああ、スサトさん。見ての通り、ちょっと張り切っているのです。
張り切って？
来年発売予定の大逆転裁判で奇跡の出会いが待っているのですが、その人物と今日この大法廷で一足早く会えるらしいのです。日本男児としてやり手なところを見せておきたいじゃないですか。
おお、やる気でございますね。なるほど様。
でもなんだかちょっと怖いですね、夜の大法廷は。
先ほど見物したロンドン島恐怖展もそれは恐ろしゅうございましたから。
佐藤さん、ロンドン中の催し物を調べ上げていますよね。
明日見て回る恐怖展の予定もかっちり組み上げてありますとも。
別に恐怖限定でなくてもいいと思うけど。
Okay, sorry. Thought I heard some. Okay. The extra voices were throwing me off.
さっきから何か聞こえませんか？
そういえばこの大法廷幽霊が出るという。
Oh, the extra voices. Oh, they're actually intentional. They were throwing me off.
ロンドン島恐怖展の直後でやや敏感になっていますから。何者だ！
Oh my god.
なるほど。どうやら全て見えたようだ。我が名推理がささやく真実。君の正体はズバリ殺害されたイタリア人のコック長だ。
え？
自分が死んだことにも気がつかず大法廷をさまよっているとはね。え？死んだなら死んだらしくその辺に転がっているがいい。死人め！
まさかあなたはあの世界的な名探偵シャーロック・ホームズ様。
Rip in the Japanese, he's actually Sherlock
も
Holmes.
ちろんでございます。ご活躍いつも拝見しております。シャーロック・ホームズの冒険、船便でお取り寄せして。
処方さ、ほんの初歩的な推理だよ、ワトソン君。
本に書いてあった通りです。
Ryu is dead with an actual knife in his back. Sword, more like.
だけなのだよ。
My god, there's blood on it and everything. Holy shit. Oh, he's fine.
さっきのべらぼうな言いがかりは何なんだ？
He's completely fine. Don't worry about him.
名推理と言いがかりは紙一重の運次第なのだよ。
それは本に書いてありませんでした。
どういうことですか？殺されたイタリア人のコック長って。
実にいい質問だ、コック長君。では始めるとしよう。シャーロック・ホームズの推理を。僕はね、つい先ほど電報で事件の通報を受けてここへ来たのだ。大法廷にてイタリア人コック殺害される。
I love this.
大法廷。
イタリア人。
そう、僕の完璧な読みに間違いなどありえないのさ。異国の技物刃物といえばもうコック長に間違いない。キラリと光る五つ星は生前の腕前を物語っている。一見かなり東洋人っぽいが地球規模で見れば気にはならない。そして背中に突き刺さったナイフとっくに死んでいる証拠だ。ゆえに君はどこから見てもイタリア人で死んでいてコック長だ。
You are dead.
なんでもこの大法廷には幽霊が出るという噂らしいよ。
You're dead. Yeah, okay.
今の名推理、どこから見てもさっきの電報の後付けじゃないですか。
だって背中に深々と刺さっているそのナイフを見れば明らかだろ。
Holmes.
あ、これおもちゃです。
ロンドン島恐怖展の売店で大はしゃぎで買ってまいりました。
まさかとは思うが、今さら死んだいなんて言い出すつもりじゃないだろうね。
知ってません。
しかしイタリア人の死んだコック長でないとしたら君は一体何者なのだ。
僕は弁護士のなるほど龍之介です。大日本帝国から司法を学ぶためこの大英帝国に留学してきました。
私はミコトバスサトと申します。 なるほど様をお助けするホーム女子でございます。
というのは世を忍ぶ仮の姿。その正体はイタリア人のコック長という可能性はみじんもないのかな。ありません。
ホームズ様、よろしければその電報見せていただけますか。
これはこの電報明らかに矛盾している。よく見てください。大法廷ではなく大法廷です。
大法廷。
あ、そういえば裁判所の近くに大法廷というイタリア料理店があるそうです。陸軍に伝わる恐怖の大砲で焼いたピッツァが名物なのだとか。
なんだって。
そう、あなた電報の事件現場を完璧に読み間違えたのです。
大英帝国の電報なのに日本語のネタってどうなんだ。
それでは今回はこの辺で。今度はゲームでお会いしましょう。
次回もそれは見事な名推理を披露させてもらおうかな。
僕だって大法廷に立って怪事件を見事料理してやります。
ではコック長君、うまいカルパッチョを所望するよ。
だから僕はイタリア人でもコック長でもありませんから。
Sholmes. My god. I do want to look at everything, but aren't there like extra, yeah, these extra episodes or whatever? Ada Espades, Renoski finds 2 troublemaking witnesses from his earlier trial having been a battle of words in the defendant's antechamber, leading to a real tongue lashing. Wait, we're playing them? Wait. What? I thought this was just like something I could watch. Are they, how long? Oh, I'm just, well, I have to read it though, that's the key thing. Whoa, holy shit, hold on. Okay, just visual novel, 8 to 10 minutes each. Maybe, okay. What if I save this kind of content for another stream is my thought. Because what I want to start doing, chat, I want to start doing meme review streams. After each game I play, just have a stream where I watch a bunch of videos and review a bunch of memes from the game series and just make a video out of it. So, why don't we do that? I'm gonna do, and we'll save the escapades also for that stream. Tomorrow, I'm gonna take off to recover my voice. I'm gonna need a day off. And then starting on Friday, I will do I will go back to playing Persona Q2, sorry, Persona Q2. So we'll finish my Persona Q2 playthrough next. I'll start that on Friday. Tomorrow I'll take off. I will schedule a day for someday next week. I'll try to let everybody know on Twitter and probably I'll do a YouTube post as well and Discord. I'll make a channel in the Discord where you guys can submit memes for Great Ace Attorney and I'll review them on a stream next week. Sound good? And then we'll do the escapades and some of this other stuff then as well. So let's do that. I also want to do meme review for like other game series. I want to go back. I want to do a Persona meme review stuff because I feel like there's so many memes that I just like don't know about. But just to give like my final words and thoughts on the game, I genuinely cannot express how much I loved my experience of this game. I want to say this is my favorite game of all time. Like it was such a good ride. Every character, all of the twists, all of the development, how the story was just so well written, and the way that characters like vibe off of each other or don't vibe off of each other, and then the relationship with the main character, and like the way that everything just ties together, the reveals, the slow baits, like everything is so well done. It just blows my mind. This was so good. So yes, I will be playing all of these games, but I won't be playing like the next, I will probably play the trilogy next. But I don't plan on doing that until much later, because the next few months I'm full of new games to play. So I won't be able to go back to old, like the other Ace Attorney games for a couple months, just a heads up. But I do intend on playing them. It'll be a little bit. I want to take it slow, because the faster I play these games, the more I'm gonna die inside when I play all of them, right? So I'll make sure to keep you guys updated, but yeah, thank you guys so much for watching and being here and being a part of the hype with the stream. It really means a lot to me. This game was incredible. I really, gosh, I enjoyed it so much. Just to give you guys a little heads up on what I'm up to. So I said I'm gonna finish my Q2 playthrough, and then next week 2 games come out that I'm playing. I'm gonna play Life is Strange 2 Colors. That's my introduction to Life is Strange series. I was told by many people that it's fine to just start with that game. So I'm gonna play Life is Strange 2 True Colors and Tales of Arise. Those 2 games are both coming out on Friday next week. And then we have like Lost Judgment coming out at the end of this month as well. And I have The World Ends With You to play. So that's like my next 5 games that I'm playing in the next month or 2. Lots of games to play. That's my current lineup. But thank you so much. I really can't thank you guys enough for being here and supporting the stream so much. Just because like this game was awesome. This was an amazing experience, and it's one that I'm not gonna forget for a very, very long time. So it means the world to me that you guys like sit here and watch it up to this point with me in the community. So thank you genuinely for being here. It's really made the experience so special, and I really hope that you all enjoyed watching. So thank you for that. Really, really, really thank you for that. It means so much. And I am genuinely looking forward to the next games to play as well. I'm very, very excited. So I am going to head off now. Thank you guys so much for being here again. Really, really appreciate it. And I will